Oh, how that will hurt Van der Horst.
Oh, he does the G-Stellar 138.
Down his tops.
Which he hits perfectly.
Being shown the first leg, Ivan Springbok Poulson.
Good afternoon, we're heading towards the final front at these ADC Global Championships. The final 4 days of the competition, and come Sunday night, we'll know who will be lifting the trophy here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it very much is a cup tie feel to today. And that's not because I'm wearing blue and Scott Mitchell's wearing red. That's because we've got some players in here that have travelled far and wide. James Bailey's made the trip over from Australia. And we've got players in here who have won qualifiers to book their ticket here.
Yeah, absolutely. So that makes it a true global championship. And that's what you have to do with these things. You have to make sure that you get the setup right. And that's what the ADC have done this time around.
Well, Group A was our centre of attention yesterday, and it was Adam Mould that would go on to win it dramatically. And as you can see on legs 1 from Gary Stone in second position. And it was a group which, if the truth be told, was one that Gary did let slip in the end.
Yeah, I think so. From the position he was in on Tuesday night, it was one of those. It was just, you know, it was nearly too easy to not get it right. And, you know, as the day went on, it started to get tense, nervous, headache. He wasn't getting the job done. Then towards the end of the day, he thought he had the job done, but he didn't. And it turned out to be an absolute 4-2 hellraiser at the end there for Mouldy to go through.
But he was made to work for it in that game, wasn't he, Adam Mould? He had to dodge a bullet from James Welding himself.
Yeah, absolutely. He had to dodge a bullet from James, indeed. He had a couple of darts at it here, and you just think, wow, you know, he's escaped. There were some more darts earlier in the game as well at 2-2. So it was a case of just composing himself and getting the job done. We know how much the ADC as a movement, as an association means to him, and how much he does for it. But this was a special moment. Really held himself together and knocked out that double 8. Lovely.
So that is Adam Mould, the winner of Group A. Let's have a look at the tournament bracket then and see what's happening for the rest of the week. Group B is what we're going to be watching later on this evening, but this afternoon is all about Group C. Now, I want to talk about Shane Hayward first, because he's a player that we've seen here at the Super Series make a weekly final in recent times, a player that is seemingly improving all the time. You look at the qualifying route he came through. He won the Northern Qualifier. He beat the likes of Mike Warburton. He beat the likes of Tom Sykes to get here. There's a serious player on our hands here with Shane.
Absolutely, and the only difference from those qualifiers to here is he's 6 inches off the floor here at the stage. What's he like as a stage player? That's what we're going to find out today. To beat those clientele to get here, we know Tom Sykes flies here. We know how good he plays here. We know how good Warby does here. So, yeah, to come across those people and beat those people, he must come in with so much confidence.
What about Devon Peterson? Because it's felt like a very up and down year. The good bits have been quite good. There's been bits that perhaps he hasn't been quite too happy with. I know he's still rebuilding a lot of things himself. You played with him not too long ago. What was your prognosis when you played those games against Devon?
I think I could honestly say he would be honest, and he was work in progress. So it's how he's progressed from there. It was a couple of months ago now. So, you know, he was changing the throw a little bit, trying to do a few things a little bit differently to make him more consistent. And he was likening it to a golfer, and a golfer changing their swing. So we will see how that's gone. He seems chipper in the back room this morning when I went to see him to say hello, because we haven't seen each other for a while. And yeah, I'm really keen to see how he goes.
Well, let's have a look at the odds for this group. And I hope you don't mind if I start off with an observation here, Scott. And that's Shane Hayward at 3-1, which, when you consider his ability and you consider the numbers that he's put in terms of qualifying for this tournament, in my opinion, he looks like really good value. Who would you say in that particular group holds value for yourself?
I would absolutely agree with you. You know, I think that is massive value on Shane Hayward there. The top three, they were the three names, Peterson, Hayward and Welding, that I had in my head before I walked in the building this morning, that would possibly, it would be two from those three that go through. James Bailey's not out of it, but I think for Scheurwater and Poulson, they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to get anywhere near it.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Global Championship this afternoon. And our first game of the session does see Shane Hayward in action. He'll be hoping to be lifting this magnificent trophy on Sunday. His first assignment is even Springboard Poulson, who finished bottom of Group A yesterday afternoon. And early on this morning, Jack Garwood caught up with the Welshman.
Shane, welcome back to Portsmouth. How are you feeling ahead of your crack at the ADC Global Championship this week?
Good, mate. Yeah, all good.
Had a look at your qualification route here. Beat some top names: Mike Warburton, Mark Frost, and Tom Sykes to get in. Seems the form's in a good place.
At that period, yeah. Obviously, the North qualifier was always going to be tough, no matter, because it's such a quality area for darts, isn't it? So, went up there just to compete really and try and improve my game, and a little bit lucky to get through against Tom. I wouldn't lie about that, but I'm here and we go again. So
yeah, you're no stranger to this format. You've certainly been in and around the venue, but the fact you've been to a Saturday night and into the semi-finals before, does that give you an advantage over others in this group that perhaps haven't?
No, not normally. Small margins getting into them Saturday nights and them groups, so it's not an advantage at all. No, but advantage if I get there, that I've been there before, maybe, for somebody who hasn't. But there's a lot of players who've played a lot of good darts in this group and, well, in the tournament in general, so there's no advantage in me, no.
Yeah, taking a look at your group, some big names in there, but some players that perhaps have struggled earlier on this week. Have you picked out anybody in particular that you're targeting to take points off throughout the next 2 days?
Not at all. I know I know day has to be my day because I got the darts in 3, so I have to really sort of have a good day today, because otherwise I'll make tomorrow really tough. But other than that, I'm not. It's just focus on my darts. I mean, I haven't played lots since Preston since the qualifier, but my practicing's gone really well. There's no secret that my board management and counting isn't the best in the world, so I practice on that a lot, and it's give me a bit of confidence. I got a route B if route A doesn't work, so yeah, I'm just looking forward to getting out there and giving it another go. So,
well, all the best for that, Shane, and fingers crossed for that fast start you're after.
Thank you, pal.
Well, Shane Hayward is the player that a lot of people are talking about in this Group C. He takes on even Springboard Poulson in the opening match of this group. Poulson, who didn't have it his own way at all in Group A. It was a bit of a struggle, if the truth be told, at times. But for Shane Hayward, well, he progressed his way through the Northern UK qualifier. And we're going to tell you some of the names that he managed to get past to qualify through that route in just a second, because he did not have it easy whatsoever to make it through to these championships. Whilst for even Poulson, the 62-year-old from Slangerup in Denmark, the winner of the Northern European Tour in 2024, well, he has had his struggles on this stage this week, but he's hoping that a new group will yield different fortunes. That man in your picture there, Paul Hinks, your referee for the duration and the conclusion of these ADC Global Championships. Scott Mitchell is alongside me in the commentary box for every single game this afternoon, and the first dart of Group C will be thrown by Shane Hayward.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one.
62.
I've got to say, this afternoon's group looks pretty even, and it's going to be, again, another group where, like we said with Group A, could be tight for the qualifiers. Come around 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
140.
I predicted that for Group A, and it was absolutely spot on, and I can't see it being any different for this group.
43.
I spoke to Ivan Springborg Poulson this morning, and he said he's been watching everything back, because like we were saying in here, he hasn't done anything like this before.
59.
Nothing as big or remotely large as this in his darting life. He may be 62 years young, but here we go. Nice 180 for him. He said he's been listening to us in commentary for advice, and he appreciated everything that we've been saying to try, and he's been watching it to try and help him.
140. Abdul 138.
He's not going to start with a Hellraiser of a 138 finish. Hayward hitting
39.
himself on a
Scheurwater 100.
ton after 12 darts to take out the opening leg. And he's going to get 2 at tops.
Getting shot on the
Starting
first leg, Shane
like a man
Hayward.
that many people feel could be the player to beat. A 14 darter,
Second leg
a
over
ton
the through
checkout.
first.
Shane
Big one.
Hayward is up and running.
Yeah, and that just settles you down.
43.
I also had a chat with Ivan about his name
59.
and where the springboard comes from. And the simple answer is Springborg is actually his middle name. So it's not Poulson is
60.
his surname, but there are so many people in Denmark called Poulson. He said he wasn't getting, every time he said Poulson, 6 people turned round. So he said, I
33.
just started using my middle name, and I've always used my middle name as part of my surname to distinguish me from others. So
96.
yeah, very interesting. I suppose it's like Smith and Jones and everything else over here.
$99. $140. $60.
This is one of those matches, looking at the players and our referee, that they all share the same comb.
57.
I think they'll be discussing shampoo. Well, Poulson here looking at 105 to
32.
square this game up at one apiece, and he has got the luxury of 6 starts to do exactly that. May only need the 3.
75.
But he made hard work of that.
It was a good effort all the same, but yeah, lateral drift on the double top. Saw him in the double 5.
94. Ivan Nukar 30.
Double 4 for level match.
22.
Doesn't go. Hayward having already
Scheurwater
taken out a ton to win leg
124.
1. Can he find another free figure out to win leg 2? If he's going to do so, he needs to find treble 18 here. He's unable to locate, so Poulson will get 3 more at double 4 to
42.
square up.
Ivan Nukar
And what
8.
he's got to do in these situations is he's got to not throw at it and think it's going to go on its own. You've got to put it there. You've got to, in your head, make it go.
Getting shot on the second
Just
leg.
like that.
Ivan
Nice little step
Springbok
back.
Poulson.
Realised that he hasn't been doing it right.
So they
Bit more
changed the first. Game
concentration,
on.
and boom, out goes the double. And I think if we'd have seen a little bit more than that in Group A, we'd have seen more wins from him.
We often say as well, it's easier when a player is also back on 0 points. He's got the experience of the first group that he can draw
100.
upon. And now he's back on an even kill, so you won't feel like he's chasing anyone, where you do have that fear going into day 2 and day 3. You become detached. You feel like you're the back
53.
mark of a group, where he now is at an even kill to as everybody else in this Group C. And that just psychologically can make a big difference.
Yeah, you're absolutely right,
96.
Henry. It is that way. 100%. Another thing I like about Shane Hayward is his logo on his back, the way that they use the S and the H
140.
on his sort of brand, if you like. It's a very clever idea. Lots of players use a sort of,
75.
as you can see there, look, the S and the H, very clever on the back of his shirt. I like that as his branding. It's you see it with MVG
84.
and others do very similar things, but I really like this one.
You've been hanging around Nicholson too long, haven't you?
No, you've got to have a brand. You've got to have a
140.
I just like the way that they've incorporated the S and the H together. Really good.
60. Showing your car 90.
Well, for 2-1 lead. Bullseye didn't even look like he was contemplating the treble there.
65.
Went for the bullseye, although I
Having a car
know some
164.
statisticians will say that perhaps he should have set up because the likelihood of even Poulson taking this out is unlikely. But anything is possible, no matter how
139.
unlikely it may
Showing your
seem. And he
car
almost
25.
pinned the 164.
Yeah, didn't rush the last start there. Didn't get excited. I like that. Yesterday we saw, I'm going to call him Springborg, rushing his last start on the doubles.
9. Having a car 25.
Well, this is for a 2-1 lead for Springborg. Double four. He's been presented with opportunities in this game, and now he's a break up on Shane Hayward, a man that a lot of people put lofty expectations on prior to a dart being thrown in this group. But it is even Poulson, who finished bottom of Group A, was the outsider of the 6 players before a dart was thrown. That is 2-1 up, a break-up in this opening contest of the day.
The average that Ivan's doing is not different to what he's done all week. He ran an average of around 78 for the full week, and that's what he's doing here at the moment. But you watch him go as the confidence comes, and it seems like he hasn't changed that stem yet from yesterday. But he's a fit young man. He can do all those sit-ups. That's what we call him, you know, when the flights come out. Dart player count that as a sit-up every time you've got to bend down and pick a flight
59.
Up. So he did a fair few yesterday, and it looks like he's going to start the day today like it.
80.
He might be doing some sit-ups, but this would be a result if he can see it through from here, which
60.
would stand up to some attention. And we're put on top of the table. I know it's only one game in the group, but just the psychological confidence that could give him, knowing that he's very much in play in
36.
this particular group.
Well, he's had a week looking at the table, and his name's right at the bottom like a tail end Charlie, and that could give him a lift, but he's far from done here as Shane Hayward, I can assure you of that.
100.
But Poulson here has got 6 starts of 203 to open up a 2-leg gap in this contest.
96.
Finds a treble with that turn, leaves himself on a finish where he only needs 1 treble to guarantee himself a dart and a double.
85. Having a car 107.
Both players in similar range, but Poulson first poke on this 107. He's missed the big number with dart 2, and so the chance comes and goes. Hayward readies himself in the background, looking at 102 to break back and to level up at 2 apiece.
91. Showing your car 102.
He guarantees himself a dart and a double. That would have been his second tub plus out of the game because his other leg was one with that 100 check.
Getting shown the 4th leg. Ivan Springbok Poulson.
Poulson's opened up a 3-1 lead here.
5th leg Shane
There's
is
a leg
first.
away
Game on.
from defeating Shane Hayward in the opening match of the session.
$97. 100.
There's a certain element of confidence coming back into Springborg's step.
59. 91. 41. 40.
Now, for me, there can be an element of kind of worry here for Springbok, because he's been in a he hasn't been in this situation much at all this week, and he can start to
95.
overthink, you know, coming towards the finishing line.
This is the kind
42.
of point where the experience of Shane could come into play if there's some nerves from even.
There's bound to be a few nerves.
97.
And every treble that gets away is obviously going to make things even harder.
$98. Scheurwater 112.
However, this is a leg on the Hayward throw, so as much as he'd like to win it 4-1, it's not a disaster because he will get the opportunity to potentially serve it out in the next, and that's provided he doesn't take out this 130.
26.
To win it in style, he missed the
America
bullseye for the
130.
164 early on in the match. It may be a poke of the ball on the back of this. It's going to be nothing at all because of the stray with dart 1.
27.
So Hayward to
86.
half the gap is looking at 86. Double 18 leaves double 16.
70.
I can guarantee he wasn't being flashy, but he would have taken the happy accident nonetheless.
$55. Scheurwater 16.
2 8s. And now double 4.
Getting shot
And
on the
now
fifth
we are
leg.
back to
Shane
3-2. And
Hayward.
Poulson has the darts here to complete this match.
Six leg Ivan to through first. Game on. $97.
How quickly do we see games take a completely different complexion? Hayward was 3-1 down. He looked at a spot of bother. Beats it back to
100.
3-2. He's hit a maximum against the throw here. And he's continuing. And continuing. The dart 6 for Shane
121.
goes a begging, but he's put himself in a great position in this leg against the throw.
An absolute wry smile from him because he knows what we were
100.
thinking.
Promise usually when we do
40.
think is when that opportunity usually does go awry. But that poor score, married up with some consistent scoring here for even, means that he's left himself on a 2-darter to win the match. Hayward may have to take out the 160. He's not going to. And so Poulson's going to come back here, 82 for a 4-2 win against a man
90.
that many people
I'm gonna cut
favoured before a
82.
dart was thrown in this group.
Oh, what a way to finish it for Springbok Poulson. He takes the first win of the day in Game 1 here in Group C. Probably a slightly surprise win, but it goes to show what the man's been learning in the last 3 days. Averages more or less identical at 79 apiece. 4 from 11 from Poulson on the doubling and 2 from 8 from Hayward. We head into a short break, and when we return, we will come back with James Bailey taking on Donny Scheurwater.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another factor. It's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. It's Group C in this second week's worth of action. And before the break, we saw even Poulson win the first game of the day, getting the better of Shane Hayward by 4 legs to 2. Our second match sees Donny Scheurwater and James Bailey make his bow on the stage. The Bull, the Australian qualifier, or the Oceanic qualifier, 55 years of age from Brisbane. Took him all of 26 hours to get here to the live lounge in Poulson. We'll tell you more about how he got here in a second. Donny Scheurwater, the 26-year-old from Dordrecht in the Netherlands, qualified courtesy of winning the Dutch Darts Tour in 2024. Had a good conversation with Donny earlier on this morning, just having a chat about the week so far, and he was the first to admit that this is all completely brand new for him and that he is in uncharted and maybe a little bit of alien territory, and that he's still really trying to work things out, but he's trying to use this as a experience for the better and an experience that he hopes in time will grow him as a player. But for us, it's James Bailey, the southpaw from Brisbane in Australia, that gets us underway. And he gets us underway with a 2 treble turn.
Yeah, bit of shoulder in the last one. He got a little bit excited there.
60.
James Bailey hasn't played a lot of... I've been out to Australia and played in the Australian Darts Open, and I didn't see James there, and he said he didn't play in the sort of WDF side of things out in Australia. He's
40.
Always played in the kind of PDC side of things. So that's why we haven't seen him until now. And obviously, the Oceanic qualifier
90.
Came through as the winner and found himself here. A methodic thrower by the looks of things.
100.
Well, the ADC Oceanic qualifier, that was played over a
125.
weekend. Has had an appearance at the Alexandra Palace, played there on 2 occasions at the World Championship, lost in the first round on both occasions. Lost to Steve Lennon in the
95.
2019 edition 3-0. Then they lost out to Callan Rids by 3-1 in 2020. Well, that was back when Callan was really beginning to fire on all cylinders.
80. Change the car.
And a very good Asia Pacific Championship in 2014. Picked up gold for Australia in the team overall competition and silver in the men's pairs, as well as the bronze medal in the men's single event when that tournament took place in Hong Kong.
121. Daniel Carr, 146. $130. Change your car, 24.
Well, pressure applied to this double 12 of James Bailey. Double 3 incoming.
21. Daniel
Now,
Carr,
as we
16.
say down the pub, he's got 3 to rip.
That's if he comes back, because
He's shot
Johnny
the first leg,
Scheurwater
Johnny
takes out
Scheurwater.
the double 8 to get a breaker throw in 16 darts.
Second leg,
to
Johnny
lead
to
by a leg
first.
to nil.
Game on.
One thing we're seeing already, the players that were struggling in Group A, just beginning to maybe find a little bit more of a rhythm in this
46.
secondary group of the week for them.
$57. $100.
Getting in front there and getting a leg up has definitely helped Donny Scheurwater's confidence.
60. $42. $100.
I think me playing James Bailey would mess up the timing schedule a little bit here.
90.
Scott, you've got your own different schedule when you play here. You just don't know it yet.
Oh, right. When my games come up, there's an extra 5 minutes on each one. I like it.
Well, put it this way. We have to schedule in advert breaks during the match. Do you remember ITV
43.
Formula 1 back in the day? You know, where they used to, in the middle of a race, you know, nothing's happening for like 3 laps and they decide to cut to an advert break and then suddenly 5 cars crash out of the race. Basically akin to that.
Yeah, well, I don't mind that.
One
Until
of
you
them,
can go up there
40.
and you've hit 14 out of 15 in Group A and won it. I don't think you can criticise.
Famously, wasn't it the Michael Schumacher crash that allowed Jenson Button to win the San Marino Grand Prix they missed out due to an advert break?
83.
Indeed,
Daniel
it
Carr,
was.
83.
Scheurwater 83 to double the lead. He's got out quite well in this contest as Donny.
47.
Got to say, the
James
first game of the
Carr,
day has usually
158.
culminated for the Dutchman, but it just looks like there's a little bit more of a confident look in his face. Maybe for the first time this week, he's truly believing. Maybe
58. Daniel
Yeah,
Carr,
I think
36.
you're probably right.
Game shot on the second leg.
I think you're probably
Donny
right.
Scheurwater.
We've seen it with both these guys, both
Third leg, James.
Springboard Poulson in the first
on.
game, and Donny now taking advantage of playing players who are on their first matches here of the week, and yeah, they're absolutely doing the right thing and doing a job, and they're realising how much experience they do have by having played the week.
70.
Spent a bit of time with, as I say, with Donny this morning, and the impression that I got from him is a really nice, mild-mannered, real
28.
gentle person. And I think for him, he's mentioned very much that this is all about experience this week for him. He's new to this, and he's not afraid to say that he's new to it. And I think sometimes there can be a stigma attached to being inexperienced, and that you have to build it up very quickly. But I think he's very realistic as to where he's at and what he thinks success is.
140.
And I think for him, success in this Group C, yes, he'd like to get out of it, but would be to show a real good account of himself and maybe do enough to the selectors of the Super Series to say, actually, maybe I deserve an opportunity of playing at the Modus, as players like to call it, in 2025.
Yeah, you can understand why he feels like that too.
96.
I was only saying the other day about, we were talking to Archie Self, weren't we, this week, and his, Boys World Championship win at Lakeside, and he said, what do you want to do in the future? Well, I want to be a tour card holder. I want to play at Ali Pali. Of course, on the way there, I want to play here at the Live Lounge in the Super Series. And this place is becoming that. And that was a 14-year-old kid
77.
who wants to play here. So we're now developing this place as an iconic venue on its own brand. And it stands on its own 2 feet. And long may that continue. So if the younger generation and Donny are wanting to come back, then that's a good thing for us.
57. Donny O'Carr, 160.
Well, this is for the double breaker throw. Not to be. And so Bailey will return for 110 to bring it back to 2-1.
60. James O'Carr, 110.
Donny hasn't made severe inroads on the 160. Bailey looking to take the 110. He has a look at tops.
90.
But he's unable
Donny
to
O'Carr,
oblige.
100.
Number 19 would have left the double, not to be for Donny. It's
84.
Bailey to bring it back
James
to
O'Carr,
2-1.
20.
Looking at double 10.
Game shot on the third leg. James Bailey.
So Bailey gets a leg on the board.
Fourth leg, Donny, the third first.
That's going to change Scheurwater's outlook. Hopefully it doesn't. He's got to remember he's 2-1 up and got something to defend. And look at this.
140. $45. $100.
Well, Donny
59.
has done the work that he needed to do in the game. He's got the breaker throw. It was only a hold by James in the previous leg, and now looking to push clear to re-establish his 2-leg buffer
97.
that he originally accrued in the contest. He's going about it quite well. He's actually going about his business quite well here. Averaging 88, 2 out of 3 in terms of the doubles. We've said this all week long. The first game of a session has not been a problem for Donny. It's been as the day's gone along where the problems have arisen.
Donny O'Carr, 164.
But he should take this as a real confidence boost, a real confident star. Does he? Yes, and he
James
gets!
on the fourth leg. Johnny Scheurwater.
Delightful for Donny. He pins the ball at the 164
Fifth leg, James
against
to
the
third
ball.
first. Game on.
Well, we said at the top of the show, these guys who finished in the bottom two in Group A were going to have to lift it. And I think that's what we're seeing.
59.
Clinical on the doubles this time round. 3 from 4 for Scheurwater. And it's figures that we haven't seen from him all week.
51. $80.
Well, for Donny, it's another moment for his personal highlight reel.
40.
Something that he could take and cherish. And look, for him, and we've said this a lot of times when we've had ADC qualifiers play at
44.
the Super Series, and Chris Mason makes the point quite well, and he makes it quite a lot, that it's 25 games to him in front of the cameras. It takes a lot of players in the past years to accrue that kind of
85.
experience. And also what he's got is a template of matches where he can look at the things that have gone right for him over the course of the week, but also he can look back at the bits to improve upon. He can have a look at everything, can assess everything, and it's all there in the cold light of day.
Yeah, absolutely is.
60.
And it really is something that we really couldn't look back on. I remember when I first qualified for Lakeside in 2010, basically all you could really look for was your average. That was the only thing you had.
85.
You'd look at your average and go, well, I played all right or I didn't play all right. And that was the kind of thing you had. So you can really break your game down with the stats that are available now. And I'm sure that any young person that is trying to sort of break through in the game, they can
100.
They can remember how they were feeling in the moment when they set the stat as well. That's the thing. When you've done it for the first time, you remember what you were feeling in that moment when you hit whatever or you didn't hit whatever. It's always a good thing to be able to look back at the stack and go, oh, I remember that. I remember what I was feeling at that moment.
Well, Bailey's not feeling the 158. Scheurwater comes back for the back, looking at a ton. He took out the 164 on the previous
94.
leg, so this,
Johnny O'Carr, 100.
by way of comparison, is a bit of a tiddler. Beautiful dart. Top, so back-to-back ton plus checkouts to get his first win of Group C.
90.
The double 10
James
doesn't go,
O'Carr,
and I think he
64.
felt the magnitude of that moment there. As Bailey returns for 64 to bring it back to 3-2. And he got 2 in his hand, a double 8. Now double 4 to save it.
56. Johnny O'Carr,
And now
10.
Donny returns to win it. The match start count is beginning to rack up. He's got one more left at double 2.
Six. James O'Carr, 8.
And Donny let that go at that double 2. He thought that was in. He knew that he'd given it a good chance. He's now got to wait.
James Shaw on the fifth leg.
James Bailey.
James
and
Bailey.
Bailey takes out the double 2 and on we go.
6 leg Johnny to through first. Game on. $56.
Well, James Bailey qualified for his first World Championship because he won the Oceanic Masters back in 2018.
140.
Beating Tim Pussy in the final to qualify for Ali Pali in 2019. The Magnet.
95.
He won 4 legs, did James, in his first round match against Steve Lennon from Ireland. Losing out
81.
3-0. Then took a set off of Callum Ridds, who's actually in action now at the Alexandra Palace. He's taken on a man who played at the previous Champions Week, Romeo Gerbovac, for whom darts is life.
180.
As for Donny, that's his first max of the contest. And he's, as a consequence, left himself for the big fish. 350 is the biggest conversion you can get in 6 darts. And having already got the 164 in this match,
140.
he's now
Donny
looking for the biggest check
170.
out of the lot to win it.
$58.
Well, we gave him the big build-up.
Danger car
It didn't
140.
quite happen. So Bailey now, treble 20 coming in. Another one of those. Wicked deflection.
82.
Treble 19
Donny
would have left
Car
him in the same place,
112.
but he's on 58. So Scheurwater then 112 for the match. Double 16. And he
He's on
takes
the
it
match,
with a
Donny Scheurwater.
112 finish. We saw a different Donny Scheurwater there than we saw in Group A. He opens his Group C campaign with a win, and you can see the fist punching. He's over the moon with that. That's the sort of average he's going to need all day, 88.69 to see him through it. A tremendous 164 is his highest check out there. What a shot for him. He's obviously learnt a bit from Group A, but what we did notice in Group A is that Scheurwater does start well, and that's exactly what he's done today. We're going to head into a short break, and we'll be back with the South African Devon Peterson taking on James Welding.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with the
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break, Donny Scheurwater got the better of James Bailey by 4 legs to 2. That's our second game of the afternoon session here from the live lounge in Poulson. Game 3 sees James Welding and Devon Peterson go toe-to-toe. Devon, the African warrior from South Africa, a trailblazer for the sport on his continent. Up against James Welding, the 35-year-old from Wigan, UK number 5. Showed some real good glimpses in Group A. Probably was... Well, there's no probably about it. He was the best of the 3 players that dropped down from Group A to Group C. Now, I've just been told something in my ear here, Scott, that prior to this game getting underway, both players were sharpening up on their finishes, and that both players took out 170 each in alternate throws.
45.
Well, let's hope we see some more of that then.
$58.
Well, Devon's done so much for the sport in the continent of Africa, representing them at 7, 8 World
60.
Championships over the course of his career. Beyond that, the ambassadorial role he's taken on. Now the work that he's doing with the
44.
African Darts Group, which helped organise the qualifier for the World Championships recently. Cameron Carolison will be representing South Africa at the
45.
tournament in a couple of days' time. Peter Achuri of Kenya
140
in that particular final. And that was quite the occasion. I don't know whether you saw the videos, Scott, of that particular qualifier, but the atmosphere in Nairobi for it was something I've never seen at a darts event before.
No, I've not seen the video, but I'm sure that somebody else has told me about it, and I haven't seen it, but I will, now you've mentioned it, I'll probably have to look it up.
55.
Well, put it this way, do you remember the Vuvuzelas from the South Africa World Cup in 2010?
I do, very clearly, yes.
Well, put it this way, after every leg
100.
or every 180, you would hear the Vuvuzela go off. And beyond that, in the auditorium, they hired somebody
93.
whose job was to press a button after every 140. And after every 140, this fire alarm type noise would go around the crowd. The atmosphere really was fever pitch like.
140.
Well, I will be looking at that later today, I think. I'll look for that.
79. Devon Carr,
Sounds like it was taking darts to a whole new level in the sports entertainment market.
Getting shot on the first leg, Devon Peterson.
Well, Devon would have been gutted he's not
Second
playing
James
at Ali
is
Tally
reversed.
this year,
Game
but he'd
on.
be happy to be one up in this particular contest.
140.
Probably the 2 paciest players in this group going toe-to-toe, Devon and James.
60.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
$60. $60.
The other thing Devon's doing at the minute is his work with
95.
numeracy. As you can see, he's got mini dart bots on his shirt. Now, that's the mascot in regards to some work he's doing with dartboard maths, which is
55.
a new project which aims and helps children with their numeracy skills via the help
84.
of the dartboard. It's been approved by the PDPA and is being rolled out across the country in schools far and wide.
140. James Carr, 122.
It's a very clever idea.
82.
from Devon, and I have actually seen some of the stuff to do with it, and it is very good indeed.
40.
Unusual, but trying to put the pressure on Welding.
20. Devon your car 6.
Now has to come back for double 3.
You left it, Devon. But the first part of the trick possibly worked, applying the scoreboard pressure upon James, and then hitting the double 3. Top of the bed, breaker throw, Peterson 2
Don't like Devon to throw first. Game on.
Dream start for Peterson. Absolute dream start.
60. 100.
So far, the World Championship this afternoon. Lok Yin Lee has got the better of Chris Lambman by 3-1. And the player we've seen here at the Super Series, Romeo Gerbovac, finds himself set to 0 down against Callum Ridge, quarter-finalist from 3 years ago. Lost out to Peter Snakebite Wright en route to his second world title. Ridge with an average of 118.66, 3 from 3 on his doubles in that opening set.
$140.
Devon here going about his business nicely. 2-0 up, averaging 84.
85. Devon
seemingly in control of this contest and 101 points away from opening up a 3-0 lead. And able to find treble 19 there with dart 2. And so Welding returning for 96.
Change your car 96.
To pull one back, and he's going to have to take it if his opponent on a double.
78. Devon your car 32.
Once again, Welding having some outer ring problems.
16. James your car 18. Game
No,
shot
that's
on the
better
third
from
leg.
Welding.
James Welding.
He's fortunate to get back. I feel he was so
James
unfortunate
is
not
with
to
first.
progress.
Game on.
Because after day one, he was probably the one that lifted his average more than anybody else.
45.
His sort of levels was around 86 average, which isn't too shabby to be over 15 games, and he'd sort of experienced highs and lows. We hadn't seen him at his very height.
100.
We saw a sort of B+ game and B game most of the time, and I said to him this morning,
100.
You know, I felt you were really unlucky. And he said, I felt unlucky actually. I've got to be honest. He said, I'm here to put it right in Group C and make sure I get through to Saturday. So that's what he's looking to do.
180. 96.
Famous starting family. His dad, Gary, played at 2
45.
PDC World Championships in 2006 and 2007 at the Circus Tavern. Both times he actually came through the qualifier to play that particular tournament. Participated at 6 UK Opens, the last of which in 2011, and a couple of times he played at the World Grand Prix.
140.
Yeah, Gary, I believe, as another little fact, helped out Chizzy in the early days. Getting into a couple of tournaments that he needed to be at to help him make that Lakeside World Championships, if I remember rightly.
Indeed, and Peterson there with
like
that double 18 breaks the throw, opens up a 3-1 lead, and now a leg away from the match. In fact, James's dad won the England national singles title back in 1999.
55.
And I'm just having a look at some of the players that have won that title, and there are some good names that have
93.
won that particular championship over the years. Peter Manley, Darren Webster in recent times, the late great Sean Gretbach, Dave Chisnell,
100.
Ian White, Darryl Fitton, Gary Robson a couple of times, Robbie Green. some guy called Scott
58.
Mitchell. You ever heard of him? He's meant to be all right, you know, at this old dart lark.
Yeah, he ain't bad. Is that the time I got Mr. Hogan?
Yeah, you won it twice. You beat Hogan.
100.
5-3 in 2017, and then Martin Atkins of Leeds, 6-3 in 2018.
140.
Yeah. Remember it well. Not. No, of course I
60.
do. When you're England national singles champ, that's a big honour.
Well, it was something that Glenn didn't win.
100.
Neil Duff won it in 2021, beat Brian O'Man in the final. That was actually the first ever tournament I ever commentated on.
80. Change your car.
Was it?
110.
Yeah, that.
So we got him to blame for that, have we?
Yeah, Neil Duff and Brian O'Man, one of the first two events I ever commentated on. As Welding looks for tops of the 110.
90.
Not to be.
W car
And so
106.
Peterson here, looking at 106, to round off a 4-1 win. Treble 18 leads double 16 to bring the curtain down.
74.
And there would have been some way to
Change your
have
car,
sealed
20.
the points.
James steps in nicely. The game goes on. And it's Welding
James
with
through
the darts
first.
this
Game
time
on.
round.
$58. $41.
I did bump into Gary Welding back along, actually. I think he went to watch James, maybe at a challenge tour, if I remember rightly. And yeah, it was nice to say hello. And how are you, young fella? How you keeping? The boy's doing all right. Good to have a little chat with him.
60.
James very much looking
58.
to do his own thing in the sport. And we say it a lot, don't we, when we have a second incarnation of a dart player in a family
134.
that, and we've said it a bit with Mason Whitlock, you want to come out of the shadow of the person who had success before and do your own thing and be remembered for what you have done.
135.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard for the sibling of a family. You totally
140.
understand. It's
Junior
something that
car
we
70.
understand. That when one of those guys comes through, or girls,
Game shot on the 6 leg.
seen it with
James
Laura Turner
Welding.
at the minute, and her daughter absolutely flying.
7th and final leg, Devon to through first. Game on.
And then it draws the family in a bit of a direction because Aaron's obviously playing, Laura's obviously playing, and now he was playing to a standard that she needs to be going
81.
to places with you, and you've just got not enough time and not enough bodies to get them to where they need to be. So it's a really tough thing for a family.
180.
Well, Devon Peterson had a 3-1 lead in this game. It's been whittled away to now. James Welding
60.
is beginning to look like the favourite for this contest.
$96.
Put his average up to in excess of 90. And Peterson will feel like this is a game that if he doesn't win from here, he's probably let slip. But that 180 is half the score.
58.
Welding really needed a treble visit there. It didn't happen, and
135. James Carr.
Devon once more piles on the pressure.
89. Devon Carr 45.
To eventually crawl over the line. 88.
37.
More match darts have come and gone for Devon
James
Peterson.
Carr 78.
And so James Welding, who had trailed in this game 3-1, he's had to dodge match darts. Is going to get one of his own at double top.
58.
But now he
Devon Carr
pulls
8.
low as he looked to seal the points.
Getting shot on the mark.
But Devon Peterson will eventually cross the line and seal a 4-3 success. Average of 85.5, 3 maximums in there. There was a lot of things to be encouraged about. But as you can see, as he walks back down the stage, there's still some fine-tuning and some tweaking for the African Warrior to do. Peterson 4, Welding 3, Poulson Bailey is coming up next. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where we're about to kick off Game 4 of our session, and it sees Evan Poulson and James Bailey go toe-to-toe on the stage. It's a meeting between Denmark and Australia to kick off the second cycle of games. If you have just joined us, then in the first round we saw Evan Poulson beat Shane Hayward 4-2. Donny Scheurwater get the better of James Bailey by the same scoreline. And before the break, Devon Peterson pulled off a 4-3 win over James Welding. So, to our fourth game, it's James Bailey against Evan Poulson. Scott Mitchell is alongside myself, Henry Deacon of the Culture Box. Paul Hinks is in charge of the action. And for Springborg, he's looking for a springboard, because that first game, that first win, you hope, will give him confidence for the rest of the day to come.
97.
Well, he has a good chance here if James Bailey doesn't find his form. He was a bit slow out of the blocks in his first game, James Bailey.
100. $85.
Do you remember last week when we were speaking about Thomas Banks and Bradley Roos and the combined age of them on this
78.
hockey?
We did indeed, yes.
Well, if you add the combined ages of these two players, then you'll have a combined age of 117.
99.
Yeah, that's just the players, by the way, viewers. That doesn't include Hinksy. He's 118 on his own.
Talking about Hinks, look what's left.
Will it be 1-2-1 and game
100.
shot?
Ivan Nukar, 100.
Oh, I'm only joking, Hinksy. Fantastic referee over the years,
55.
Paul Hinks, but he does seem to have been around for an awful long time. That was what I was implying. So I've now taken my foot out of my mouth.
Do you want me to give you the shovel back?
99. Ivan
I
Nukar,
was using one of those this
72.
morning before I got here.
Please don't digress any further. There's some people that are having their lunch right now.
Exactly, that's why I've halted right there.
32. James Nukar, 82.
Well, Poulson unable to take the tops there, and so Bailey will return for 82 to get the breaker throw in this opening leg. Let's look at the bullseye first. Going to get a dart at double top. And he
Gage on
needs
the
the one
first
dart
leg,
at double
James
top
Bailey.
to get the breaker throw. The bull up and running.
Second leg, James to through first. Game on. $45. $27. $83. $53. $43.
Three well thrown darts there from Bailey that deserve far more from being sat on that bottom wire.
100. $80. $100.
Poulson has a flight out once more on, goes down and picks that up.
$125. $140. James Nukar, 125.
Tops. Has a
85.
go, and so Poulson
Ivan Lukar,
returns to
81.
level this game up at 1 apiece, and to get the break back. He went for the big 12, but he missed the big 12.
41.
And so he's not going to get a
James
poke at the
Lukar,
ball.
40.
And so Bailey comes back for tops to open up
Game
a
show in the
2-0
second
lead.
leg.
Tops fouled
James
twice.
Bailey.
Bailey 2 up.
Third leg Ivan to
Some
first. Game on.
News from Alexandra Palace. Romeo Gerbovac, who's played here at the Super Series. Well, he played well on his World Championship debut, but he has been absolutely trounced
121.
by Cannon Rids. Rids winning by 3 sets to 0, averaging 107.06, averaging 14 darts per leg. Gerbovac 98 average, and he got 2 legs.
60.
Bailey 2-0 up here, and I think the pace of the game suiting both players. Pace that they're both comfortable with.
55.
We're not seeing them like the blue touch Peter too often.
100. One of them, folksy. $100.
Well, Poulson here looking to pull it back to 2-1. Both players averaging 81 in this contest so far.
97. Ivan Lukar, 120.
So, got to hit a straight dart first. You have to concentrate on the big 20 more than anything.
65.
Because otherwise you're out of it with the first dart.
49.
Poulson takes it down to 55, but not the best of visits.
$95. Ivan Lukar, 55.
So Poulson back for 55 to half the arrears in this contest. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand at double top. It's a lovely guide. Uses it perfectly. All 3 legs in this match, incidentally, have all been won on double top.
Through first. Game on.
And it's Bailey who's on top. He's 2-1 to the good. He's got a break in hand. And he's now looking to utilise it here to re-establish his 2-leg lead.
$100.
You can see what James Bailey's game is. He's a grinder
41.
of a player, isn't he? He grinds you down. He hits what he hits. And there's nothing more agitating than a slower sort of paced player.
96.
And they're hitting stuff all the time. It just grates you.
Was that what it was like when you played Glenn Durrant?
Every time.
40.
Bad time for Robin Hood there for Poulson.
95.
And one thing James is very good at, he's just steadily reliable on legs. He may not always do something that's extravagant.
28.
But he's always going to put himself in a decent position. He's always after 9 darts, like he is here, going to be hanging around a finish. He'll always be doing the right things.
170.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a setup that was.
Well, that's what we mean by doing the right things. That 170 there.
81.
Leaving
James
himself
Lukar,
tops.
40.
Of all the time, really, he wants to go 3-1 to the good. He's completely blocked that, and I'll tell you what, he nearly found a way through.
$100. Change the car 40. Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Nicely done from James Bailey.
Fifth
Just
leg
to
Ivan
say
through
finally.
first. Game on.
Well, the ups and downs of
54.
The Global Championship. To me, Scott, it's a tournament which I think as time goes along really will
60.
grow in prestige and will grow possibly to a point where we may be looking at an expansion of fields, maybe more qualifiers from other parts of the world.
60.
But it feels like for the first year, just getting it off the ground, the ADC have done a good job in getting a good field together.
Yeah, we said at the top of the show how well the ADC have done in such a short time
60.
in producing these vaults and spreading across to Europe and now down to the oceanic regions, and it's just been a really
100.
rapid rise where they seem to be providing what a lot of players want, and that's the secret to any organisation. And you've got to provide what the players want, not what the organisation wants. You've got to listen to the players. Not all the time, because obviously when a player loses and you start listening to them, then that's not the time to be listening to any player. You need to listen to a player away from the board when a bit of rationality
100.
is set in before they pick a dart up, and they will tell you the ins and outs of why certain things work and certain things don't. And we're seeing things evolve now, and the ADC being part of that evolution.
140.
And if the game sits still, or an organisation sits still, because there are that many organisations now, they will be left behind. So it's time to do new things at times. Time to think a little more, and take a little more care on what your organisation's doing.
Well, this has been a decent performance for James Bailey. He can round it off a ton topper. If he could have
61.
pinned double top again, it would have been
130.
all 4 legs, one on the same double. He's going to get another
91.
poke
Change your
to
car
collect
40.
his first win of the Global Championship. Double 10.
No score. Ivan your car 39.
So Springbok Poulson comes in for 39, sevens it up for double 16.
Game show on the
In it
fifth
goes
leg.
first start,
Ivan Springbok
3-2.
Poulson.
Breaker, was it a breaker throw? That was a holder throw.
6 leg James to throw first. Game on.
So it's Bailey to go and serve the match out.
You mentioned the work that the ADC do and the tournaments such as the Tour Championship at Bradmore Farm. Not just that, but next year they're bringing back the Belt
140.
Championship, so they global and European level. Jared Cole, the defending global champion.
94.
Winner of the Global Belt, not to be confused with the Global Championship.
$100.
Jared is involved in these championships, but luckily for us, nowhere near the dartboard.
Jared proving more than
59.
effective in many other ways.
Very good spotter is Jared. Does some great work behind the scenes here at the Super Series. On top of his playing abilities.
97.
And yes, I am trying to backtrack very quickly, I know.
98. James Hayward and 64.
6 of the match for James Bailey from 164.
$82. $75. James Hooker, 82.
To eventually get the job done. Even Poulson's not been able to keep pace towards the end of this contest. Bailey to finish it off. This could be a 14 dart if he pins it first dart. Pin double 16 first dart he will. And James Bailey is on the board at the Global Championship. He gets the better of even Poulson by 4 legs to 2 to pick up his first points here in Portsmouth. This is how he did so. Average of 87.36, 4 for 12 when it came to his doubling. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch James Welding and Shane Hayward go toe-to-toe.
Oh, baby!
You
thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship here on Pluto TV, your 24/7 darts station. Once the darts have been completed here this afternoon. You could tune into a whole plethora of tungsten action, including from your favourite players such as Fallon Sherritt, Clute Littler and everybody else. If you haven't made the migration over yet, please do so, because if you're watching in the United Kingdom and territories which have Pluto TV available, come the new year, you'll be unable to watch on YouTube. It's available to download via the app wherever you get your television from, or available if you're watching on a smart device from the Apple App Store or Google Play. Again, it's wherever you get your apps from. You can stream now, pay never.
James to throw first.
Our fifth game sees James Welding and Shane Hayward go toe-to-toe. Two players looking for their first win.
100.
Shane losing out 4-2 to even Poulson, whilst James Welding played well in his defeat to Devon Peterson, averaged a shade under 89, but it was missed opportunities that are double,
40.
3 from 11 on the outer ring that really came back to cost him against Dev.
Yeah, a little bit similar to how he started Group A on Monday, and
140.
just a little bit slow out the box. I don't expect him to see him make those mistakes again. He will absolutely rue those against Devon. He would have
39.
targeted Devon as one of those people that maybe he would be looking to defeat to try and make things easier to qualify. I think you've got to get all that out of your mind and just get on and play. And we know when James Welding plays with a bit of freedom, we know the ceilings of his averages are very good.
87. James McCall,
So Welding looking at 121 here, and with plenty of time in hand to take out this opening leg.
41.
It's been a conspicuous start, this, for Shane. There's a lot of us, myself included, I made the statement at the beginning of the programme that I thought the 3-1 of Shane to win this group represented really good value
85.
based on how he qualified
James
here,
80.
based on his stats here from the Super Series for the past and what he's been doing around. It's been a slow, uncharacteristic start for him, but for James Welding, he's doing what he needs to do. 15 data to lead 1-0.
Second leg Shane to
Yeah,
throw
15
first.
data
Game
on
on.
throw. Nothing too shabby about that.
Interesting talking to Shane earlier. We were talking about the timings of the group, and he said he is so much happier he has qualified for Group C as opposed to qualify for Group B. He knows there's one
59.
less slot. Obviously, it's 2 from 6 in comparison to 3 from 5 in the Group B. But last time he played the Super Series, he played the nighttime format, and he felt in his mind it didn't really suit him
59.
as much. With what he does for work, he gets up early in the morning, so his body clock is naturally adjusted to a start akin to
140.
this, which is why he feels like his best starts are played in this particular group.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why that doesn't work. There are players that
82.
like certain times of day, are used to certain times of day of playing, and yeah, I can understand that one. I know a friend of the
128.
show and player up here in the Super Series, Tommy Morris, feels exactly the same. He doesn't like playing in the late night slot. He'd rather play in Group C.
100.
Well, of the 3 time slots you have during the week, it's the one that players are the most familiar to, because if you play particular players that play on the Pro
Shane
Tour,
McCall,
1 o'clock is
120.
the time you start those events, and most other tournaments you're playing around about that time of the day. It's usual. It's a usual habit. Hitting ton plus finishes is a usual habit for Sean Hayward, and he's pinned his second ton plus checkout, the 120, to square up at 1-1.
135.
Yeah, that alongside the 100 that he shot very first leg of the day today. But that did turn into a 4-2 loss to Springbok Poulson. He were hoping that
59.
his fate will not be the same this time around against Welding.
60. $57. 70.
Good first start there from Welding, but didn't follow it up with the next two.
59. $134.
Well, having already been hit by a ton plus checkout, Welding can hit
59.
back with a big one of his
Change
own.
your car,
Looking at
102.
102 to open up a 2-1 lead. Went for the ball to leave double 16.
78.
And upon his return, will leave himself on double 12. Averaging in excess of a ton in this contest is James. And 3 legs in, that is a relevant guide as to how the players are performing.
$60. Change your car, 24.
Double 6.
Getting shown the third leg,
2-1
James Welding.
to James Welding.
Fourth leg change through first, game on. $180.
We'll start to leg 4 from Shane Hayward.
123. $83.
Nice to hear.
78.
Happy birthday to a friend of ours here at the Super Series, Richie Howson, who's celebrating his birthday today. Won the Seniors
40.
Champion of Champions in 2024. And one of the nicest guys in the sport.
Absolutely. What's he done? Gone fishing?
Most probably, knowing Richie.
$58.
James
Car,
spoiling you
160.
rotten, Richie. He's probably sat at home watching the darts.
100. Shane your car, 140.
Hayward here looking at 140 to equalise this game up at 2-2. He's already had the 120. He's not going to up it by another 20. It'd actually mean if he did so, he'd had 3 ton plus
42.
finishes and they all would have
James
gone up in
O'Carr,
increments
60.
of 20. He had the ton 20, and that would have been the ton 40. But this is for 3-1. Double 10 is good.
James Welding. Fifth leg James to throw first. Game on.
15 dart breaker throw, and now has throw to try and bring this one home.
131. $140. $59. $83. $44. $98. $57.
Well, Shane here 6 darts from 180 to get the breaker throw.
60.
He's going to need all 6 as well. Welding here can hit a couple of trebles. which he generally does when he hits
98.
one.
Shane your car
Not this time.
120.
It's very even, Stephen.
He's done it once. And Shane
Shane
Hayward will do it
Shane
again.
Hayward.
He's won 2 legs in this match, and both of them have been with 120 checkouts. It's a breaker throw in the Welshman's favour, and it's back to 3-2.
Game on.
He's had 3 tub plus checkouts today. His finishing can't
42.
really moan too much about. But in this game, the scoring at points has left a lot to be desired.
97.
In terms of the scoring power pack in this game, James Welding's had 7 two-treble visits. Shane has only had 2 in terms of 1 treble turns.
96.
James has had 7. Shane has had 4. So constantly, time after time, James is finding the higher scoring artillery,
43.
which is why he's getting more opportunities in legs.
Yeah, no doubt about it. More opportunities mean more chances. More chances mean more chances to win.
133. $136. $54.
Well, Shane said that he had improved on his counting, but 25 there would have left himself on the fish. And it's given Welding an opportunity on this 89 to wrap up a 4-2 victory.
140. Junior car 89.
We'll start down the bottom. Treble 19.
43. Junior car 36.
Just rushing that dart a little bit is James Welding.
$18.
Doesn't go.
James
So
O'Connor,
James Welding
46.
here looking at 46 to pick up his first win. Double top. 10s.
James
In it
Sherman,
goes.
James Welding.
And James Welding gets the better of Shane Hayward by 4 legs to 2. Not overly pleased with everything, but it was a tidy enough display. Average just under 92. 50% when it came to his doubling. Shane Hayward won a couple of legs with a couple of 120 finishes, but it's Welding who seals the win by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, on Scheurwater and Devon Peterson.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16.
It's destructive. It's Daryl Pilgrim with the record average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. We are in week 2 and we are in Group C, day 1 here this afternoon. And if you just joined us, you missed out on James Welding having a 4-2 win over Shane Hayward. But now we see the African warrior, Devon Peterson, taking on Donny Scheurwater. And Donny won his first match. Second game of the day, beating James Bailey 4-2 with an 88.69 average, which is not too shabby at all. And we saw Devon in game 3 beating James Welding 4-3 with an 85 average. So if you go by the form book of the last game, Donny should win this one. But those of you that watch regularly will know that isn't how this game works. Donny, being new to the game, probably has seen Devon on the TV before, and from what we've heard,
100.
How he feels about meeting Paul Hinks and having him referee his matches, having watched him for years and had him as his favourite referee. I'm sure that playing
43.
Devon won't be a much more dissimilar feeling for him than meeting Paul Hinks.
Should have asked Donny who his favourite commentator was, shouldn't we?
140.
Yeah, we should have done. I'd have probably said Nico.
42. $60.
Well, Devon could have been the answer. You never know.
He's one of my favourite players, I'll tell you that. I do get on with Devon very well, but then I don't think he has an enemy anywhere.
180.
Devon loves to do anything in his power to hit a maximum, even if it goes against the grain of darts maths.
140. Devon card 21.
It's 4th of the day, and we're only in his second game.
$5. Donny O'Carr 140.
That's the bit he's got to sharpen up on. He knows it. And we all know it. Double 16 coming in.
124. Devon O'Carr
Yeah, that
16.
doesn't go down as a miscount. I think that was definitely, he was going for double
Getting
16.
shot the first leg, Devon Peterson.
Peterson gets the job done.
Second leg, Devon
It's
just
a break of
first.
throw.
Game on.
16 darts for him.
$140.
Although with Devon being here today, not just does he get to play darts, but he also gets to receive his Secret Santa present. Because he wasn't
82.
at the Modus Super Series Christmas party last week, so he's managed to finally receive his present. And by all accounts, he was very happy with what he got. I don't know who got him what he got, because that's the whole premise of a secret Santa, but...
171.
Oh, aren't you supposed to put your name on it? Aren't you?
No.
Oh.
It's meant to be a whole secret.
Oh, I thought it was like, here's my secret Santa love from Scott I put on mine.
Who is your secret Santa?
I didn't put love from Scott. I didn't need to tell her.
59.
She knew who bought her what I bought her.
Another. Set up the tops after 12. This is a really good display so far from Devon, averaging in excess of 103 and looking to open up a 2-love advantage in next to no time at all.
40. Devon Car 40. Getting shot on the second leg, Devon Peterson.
2-0 Peterson.
Third leg,
13 data, average of
Game
103.66 at this present moment in time.
$32.
In case you're wondering where Owen Binks is, we got him a Secret Santa.
85.
And the Secret Santa gave me P45.
Oh, Henry, you do
42.
jest, don't you?
I got Aidan Kirk's book.
Oh, the little red rusty bicycle one.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet you're over the moon of that.
That was his
85.
follow-up. I didn't get that one. But there's nothing rusty about this performance from Devon Peterson at all. Averaging over 108 here. The record average for these global championships so far
60.
belongs to Bradley Brooks. He averaged 109.12 in a 4-2 win against Darryl Pilgrim in what was the game of the championship so far. Now, is that in? Is the point touching?
145.
Yes, the point is touching. It was in.
$100.
Nicely done there from Hinks. He took his time, didn't rush in, did he? Had to make sure he was looking for daylight between the point and the board.
97. Devon Car 76.
Nicely done from our referee.
Using every fibre of his experience, which is exactly what Devon's doing here.
56. Donny Car 100.
Donny's already got a couple of ton toppers today. Has he got a hat-trick? Yes, he has. And he does so beautifully by finding a brace of tops.
Fourth leg, Devon to through first. Game on.
Well, whatever Donny's done overnight, it has certainly worked a trick.
$60.
Well, he had 100 shot out on Monday. Was his last ton plus checkout. And I got
100.
a feeling that was in his first game as well. So he's had to wait a long, long time for his next one. But like you say, today we are seeing him gradually take a little bit more shape into the type of dart player he's going to be.
We went to a vault event last night with Adam Mould in Winchester.
85.
And maybe that event has sparked the confidence back into him.
$140. $100.
Won by Chaz Barstow, I hear, on good authority in that vault, beating a Super Series regular in the final.
65. 95. Devon Carr 96.
Nicely done from Devon. Double 18 here.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Lovely
Devon
little
Peterson.
treble to double combo from him.
Fifth leg, Johnny to through first.
Takes a 3-1 lead, and
Game on.
Donny Scheurwater throwing here to stay in the match.
Some of the poppage in this game has been
57.
absolutely excellent. The amount of combination finishes that have gone, it's been a high quality affair. It's been a high quality performance from Devon Peterson. Average here, 2.62. 3 from 6 on his doubles. And the legs that he's won in this contest, the previous one was in 14, then rattled off the first two
30.
in 13 and 16.
And let's not forget, this is, after this match, everybody's played a couple, and we're starting
100.
to see a little bit how the table will look. We don't really get a good judge of how it's going till after 3, but
80.
the players will have a feel how the group is going after a couple of games, because they'll know how they're feeling as they play. But
60. $58. $140.
Peterson in with a 140 there, and I was having a chat with him actually. Named after Devon Day, apparently. Whatever Devon Day is, that's his birthday.
85. Devon Carr 141.
I can hear all the keyboards rushing now to see when Devon Day is.
109.
Well, it's certainly been the day of Devon so far, hasn't it? Picked up a win in his opening match, averaging still just over a ton. It's probably, possibly going to drop just below it here. He returns for double 16 to complete a 4-1 success over Donny Scheurwater. It would mean that he's the first player onto 4 points. It would mean that he would attain the only unbeaten record left in this Group C. One left.
No score.
Not found.
Donny Carr 1.
Well, we did say that somebody was going to have to grab this by the scruff of the neck, didn't we, this group? And claim it as their own, and early doors. It looks like Devon is doing his utmost to be that person.
To save it.
Game
To
shot
save
on the
it.
fifth leg, Donny
It's
Scheurwater.
double 16. It's a 4-ton plus checker of the day for Donny
Six leg Devon to throw
Scheurwater.
first. Game
He's
on.
keeping his neck above water, just about. But Devon Peterson here has the darts to see the game through.
180.
180, number 3 in this match for Peterson. Number 6 of the day already.
48.
In just game number 2. He's always been a big 180 hitter, this man. Oh, he's going to have another one, is he?
140.
Oh.
Prior to that visit, Scott, his average was 99.99, and he was 5 darts into the 9 there.
95. $100.
Well, he could be really pleased with his performance. You haven't seen a ton plus average this week at the Global Championship.
119.
Peterson can change this fact
81.
if he can cleanly take out this 81. Doesn't have to go the bullseye route. Went for treble 10 to leave double 16.
64.
Well, perhaps a bit too relaxed with the last. Oh, Dev.
99. Devon Newcastle 17.
Well, this has been a delightful performance from Devon Peterson. This, to put a close to it, 8-8. Delightful from Devon Peterson. An average in the end just under a ton, but it was a special performance from the South African. Representing a continent and representing it proudly. He beats Donny Scheurwater by 4 legs to 2. An average in the end of 98.47, 4 from 10 when it came to the outer ring. Donny Scheurwater's 2 legs in this match were both won with Tub Plus checkout. Coming up next, even Poulson up against James Welding. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. It's the opening day of Group C here on Pluto TV. We've completed a couple of rounds of matches. Before the break, we saw Devon Peterson get the better of Donny Scheurwater by 4 legs to 2. And he tops the table, having won both of his matches so far. Everybody else, as you can see, are on 2 points, with the exception of Shane Hayward, who has lost each of his opening couple of matches so far. To our middle match of the session then, and it sees even Poulson and James Welding go toe-to-toe. Both players looking to double their points tally for the day. Poulson getting off to a decent start, beating Shane Hayward in his opening match before then going down to James Bailey, whilst James Welding, in terms of back-to-back performances, you'd say is up there
First leg,
alongside
Ivan
Devon
to throw
Peterson for the
first.
player of the day so far. 88, 91 the average is, playing some real tidy stuff is the man from Wigan who supports St Helens. Interesting one, I know. But in terms of the way he's played today, I think James will be really pleased with the numbers he's punched in.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's
59.
pleased with the numbers that he punched in Group A, but he just didn't manage to turn that into wins. And Poulson's still having
45.
trouble with that flight. Will somebody give him 30 pence to go and buy a new stem? We'll get him down the dart shop in Portsmouth and get him some new
55.
stems if he hasn't got any by tomorrow.
Well, just ask James Bailey because he's got an Airbnb above a dart shop this week. He turned up at his Airbnb.
43.
This is a man that's travelled from Brisbane, Australia, about 10,000 miles away. Decided, I tell you what, I'm going to book an Airbnb in Portsmouth,
93.
the other side of the globe. Flies over, 26 and a half hours. Where does he end up? In a flat above a dart shop.
Fantastic.
35.
That's how dreams are made.
You would have thought that after travelling from Australia to Portsmouth, the last place he wanted to go to was a shop that sold flights.
180.
Ho, ho, ho. He's here all week.
Backseat for Welding leads himself on
85.
114 after 12.
114.
Triple 18. Would have afforded him a dart at tops.
54. Ivan Car 153.
Triple 19. Not to be, and so Welding back for 60 to take out the opening leg.
Car 60. $50. Ivan Car 14.
So, a chance to hold throw here from Poulson that he wasn't expecting.
Game show on the first leg.
Nicely
Ivan
done.
Springbok Poulson. Second leg, James to throw first. Game on. 43. $81.
Yeah, Ivan does have the look of the baddie from the Thunderbirds, doesn't he? The hood.
58.
Anybody out there watch Thunderbirds, or am I the only one? Have they brought it back lately?
140.
I'll be honest, this is where the generational gap kicks in. Never watched Thunderbirds.
You are joking.
58.
I've never seen the proper Thunderbirds anyway.
The proper Thunderbirds is the best. Then I've never seen Star Wars.
Not really missing much, to be
85.
honest.
Well, thank you for that. That's what everybody else has told me, so I haven't bothered.
My younger brother, when he was
90.
younger, was absolutely obsessed with it. But just not for me. Not for me. I mean, you got to remember though, when I was younger, I was brought up on a diet of SpongeBob SquarePants and Peppa Pig.
130.
Ah, yeah, you see, that's where we're different. You see, for me, it was the A-Team and the Dukes of Hazzard.
60. Ivan Car
You
65.
don't know what they are either, do you?
I know the Dukes of Hazzard.
You must know the A-Team.
My mum's favourite programme.
33.
I pity you, fool.
Modern days, the A-Team is just
96.
what the producers
Car
say when me and
32.
you work together.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Getting shot on the second leg. Ivan Springbok Poulson.
So Poulson takes a two-leg lead here.
Third leg, Ivan to throw first. Game on.
Welding yet to find his scoring boots in this one.
57.
And you find when Welding's scoring, he then hits doubles as well.
140.
It gives him the confidence to hit what he needs, but at the moment, he looks to be overthinking things.
45.
Welding looking to snap back into reality, and that maximum has applied the pressure to Poulson in this third leg. Trailing 2-0 is the man from Wigan, looking to get a break back. He's only a break down, so it's not exactly a disastrous scenario. And he's got comfort in this particular leg. If he brings it back to 2-1, the game is back to pretty much as it should be at the start.
$81. James Car 123. $49.
Just finding himself being slightly wayward here at the moment, Welding. Just a smidgen off of what
84.
he wants.
James Car 74. Game show on the third leg, James Welding.
Well, that sorts that out. A nice treble to double combo.
Fourth leg,
leg
James
3 is
to
done and
first,
dusted in the shape of James Welding. And Jimmy now has the darts
85.
in leg 4. And surely he's going to be hoping to even this up. But we've seen that Ivan is quite a little more relaxed
100.
on the opponent's throw.
$41.
This is how quickly better 7 games can change. A 14 darter there for Welding. And because it was only 1 break, suddenly in next to no time at all, if he can keep that scoring power up, it could be level at 2-2. But then the counter argument is if he even can rally back,
96.
then he can find himself to within a leg of winning his second game of the day.
Yeah, I think the whole match just hinges on this leg for me.
65. $100. $81. $79. Abdukar 115.
To find that break again and to open up a 3-1 lead. He's had a lot of attempts at the back of tub plus combinations, but has not been able to execute many. But he's been able to find that one. The 115 goes for Poulson. He opens up a 3-1 lead. He re-establishes the 2-leg gap. And he's to within a leg now of moving on to 4 points and moving to the top of the table.
He actually did a 115 early doors on Monday morning as well.
43. $33.
That is the 8th Tub Plus checkout we've seen today, and we're only in Game 7.
100. $56. $98. $140. $45.
This feels like a big visit for
100.
James, because failure to find a treble there has allowed even Poulson 6 starts from 2-1-5 to pick up his second win of the day. And if he wins this 4-1, then he would go top by the metric of legs 1.
94. Abdukar 120. $71. James Car 78.
To continue the game,
58.
double top was what
Abdukar
James
49.
Welding was looking at, but unable to find.
So it's Poulson for the win then. 49. It's gone 9 for double top. He's taken his time. And nicely hit by Poulson. You have to say, a good 4-1 win for him. Welding not averaging what he has been for the rest of the day. Got sucked into a tussle there, didn't he? 82 average for the pair. 4 from 7 on the doubles for Poulson. 1 from 4 for Welding. That was the big difference. We head off into a break. You've got time to put the kettle on, but join us. Come back and see James Bailey taking on Devon Peterson.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Well, even Springboard Poulson finished bottom of Group A in the second week here at the ADC Global Championship. But this 115 helped him en route to a 4-1 success against James Welding. That win, that checkout, helping him to go top of the table. It is on legs 1. And Devon Peterson, with any win here, can overtake him and can overhaul him. He's won both of his games so far, has the African Warrior, and he takes on James Bailey in our 8th game, our middle match of the session. The Bull looking to strike a pose here in Portsmouth, up against Devon Peterson, who has put in the performance of this group so far. 98-47 in a 4-2 win over Donny Scheurwater in match 6 of the day today. And the man who went off as 7-4 joint favourite alongside James Welding with the odds compilers, it has to be said, is playing darts befitting of the tag that the odds compilers gave him at the beginning of the day, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, indeed.
First leg, James to throw first.
Very much.
Game on.
Looking in good shape. These are the games you find out about yourself. You have to be feeling confident in these matches when you play. I don't like you using the word slow with slow players. I hate it myself. Don't like it. Methodic, that's the word I'm looking for.
And look, it's the way James plays the game. He's not slowing it down. There's no deliberate pace to off-put anyone. It's just the way that he plays the game. And I think sometimes that point has to be illustrated.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are, you know, as a player, I like the player to be out of my eye line before I start throwing. Whereas the rapid players, I mean, they're up there and throwing like Billy-O as quickly. I mean, they've got 2 darts in the board before you've even gone back by them. But that doesn't mean to say that I have to do it that way. You know, there's no rules to say. Obviously, there is a time that you throw that you would say is within the etiquette of the game. Let's not beat around the bush. You can't start taking a throw and then going back to the table and having a drink of water and then heading off and having another throw and then going back to the table. Although I do know players that have done it. And they've done it to me.
140.
And you know that they're doing it on purpose because they feel that I'm slowing them down. And that's what grates me. That does grate me when somebody's doing it purposely.
$59. Devon O'Carr, 121.
Well, Devon has been in perfect nick so far. But can he nick leg 1 by pinning this 1-2-1? The bullseye.
74.
Well, he got the line all right, but the leg just sacked a bit low.
So Bailey has a chance at 68.
$48. Devon O'Carr, 47.
Well, Bailey's Mr. Dart at tops to in the opening leg. Peterson having already fluffed a dart at the bullseye. His 2 at double 16, but he makes no mistake there. It's a 14-dart breaker throw for the African Warrior to lead by a leg to 0.
Yeah, good opening leg there from Peterson.
$41.
Devon has been moving in the right direction. Last time
57.
he played at the Super Series, he made it through to the weekly final, only to be deposed by Paul Hogan. Had some great matches against the likes of
100.
Stowe Bunce, Noelin van Leuven, Fallon Sherrick. And it looks like he's continuing to tread on this positive path.
123.
We've spoken a lot about how, as a player, he's rebuilding and using this year to do exactly that. Well, he looks like he's getting to a stage where he's getting closer towards the type of player that has picked up success on the European Tour in the past.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. He really has had to reshape a few things, and he's had a few injuries along the way. And
100.
He is a class act, and he lives with the best of them on his right day. And he's starting to get back there. There's no 2 ways about it.
There was a 14 darter in leg 1, looking for a second in succession here in leg 2. May have to find it because with that maximum, Bailey's left himself on 41. Both players have come out charging, and that slip means that Devon may not get anything. He's not going to get anything. And Bailey here could break back just when it looked like it was a game that Devon Peterson, to all intents and purposes, had full control of.
24. James Car 41.
I think you're unbelievably right there, Henry. This is a big moment in the game.
$36. Devon Car 56.
James won't be happy with that. You can see that from his reaction, and gives your opponent every little ounce of
36.
whatever they need, and it's
James
not gone for
5.
Devon.
Considering he left himself on 80 after 12. He's made a bit of a mess of
On the
this.
second leg, James
Bailey has picked his pocket to break back into level up at 1-1.
Yeah, well and truly picked his pocket there, hasn't he? Dev will not be happy with that. And the other thing with the check that Devon working with his throw and working with his injuries. The other thing he's done, he's sort of experimented with equipment a little bit. He was trying the old Connor Scott tri-flight for
70.
a while. And I see today he's gone back to the old proper four-flighted flight. And I think that
60.
I'll have to ask him tomorrow, but I think the experiment, the tri-flights must be over.
If I'm completely wrong here, Scott, then do tell me. But I do feel like with a flight like that, it
95.
works better for a throw like Connor Scott because it's a bit more loopy and it goes in and it loops up in the air. Whereas with Devon, he throws that dart with real ferocity. So it means that because you've got one less wing on the flight, a dart that's
100.
quite ferocious like that, anything that's inaccurate could skew and fly anywhere.
Yeah, it makes the dart very much more positive. There's not so much drag through the air. So it changes your parabolic arc. And the parabolic arc is the arc that you have from when it leaves your hand
41.
to where it hits the board. So if you imagine as the dart player motionless and stood still with his arm out, when he releases, that dart cannot fly like a rocket. It cannot fly dead straight
140.
in a dead straight between you and the board. It has to have some sort of arc because of gravitational force and the revolving world. So you have to work out what your parabolic arc is, because basically it's a
48.
game of judgment. You're judging with your parabolic arc when you throw where it's going to land on the board. And so having a tri-flight does very much change your parabolic arc, makes it go very much flatter, very much more
44.
positive. So there's less maneuver with your throw. So if some of you who are watching know, like Mike Gillett, Mike has the smallest flight I've ever seen in his dart. So he just throws a very positive dart, a very flat arc on it. And you'll see, he hits 180s for fun, but when he does get it wrong, it is very difficult to correct.
57. James Car 107.
Triple 20 for tops for another three-figure out.
67. Devon Car 100.
Peterson to re-establish a grasp on this game. He's unable to locate tops.
60.
He could have,
James
probably
Car
should have been
40.
2-0 up in this match. But if James Bailey finds tops, which has been so kind to him today, he'll find himself 2-1-2 the good. Double 10 and now double 5.
Game shot on the third
Last
leg,
dart in
James
hand.
Bailey.
And Devon Peterson will probably scratch his head as to how he's 2-1 down in this
Fourth leg, Devon
contest.
to throw
He
first, game
started
on.
so well, but now Devon has a deficit to make up.
All part of being on the comeback trail for Devon.
54.
He will stand there and think, how am I sat here at 2-1 down after the way that I've just played? But all he's doing is handing a little bit of impetus
131
to his opponent as his opponent gets in front. We're all good front runners in this game.
180.
Number 7 today for Devon. It's 7 for Devon.
100.
Devon is not in 7th heaven here. He's in all sorts of problems.
180.
Back-to-back 180s for Devon Peterson, looking at a potential 11 darter here. Well, if you find yourself behind, then you need to respond quickly, and that is exactly what Devon Peterson's doing at this present moment in time. Double 5. 2-2 with a 12 darter. And Devon Peterson is back on level terms.
Fifth leg James to throw first. Game on.
DP applying the D-Pete on the man from Australia. James was actually telling me that the last
100.
full day that he was in Australia before flying to the United Kingdom, he flew last Friday. It was 28 degrees, and it was a cold day in Brisbane for it to only be 28 degrees.
Yeah, really? He must be really feeling it over here then.
I remember Corinne Hammond. I remember Corinne Hammond telling me when she moved over from Australia to Britain that the first summer in the UK, when everybody else was in shorts, she was still in a coat.
Yeah, I can tell you that is the truth. She came to my house and did all the cooking on the barbie. And boy, she's a good cook as well on the barbecue. Them Australians, they know how to do a barbecue.
Do miss me old sparring
45.
partner, Corinne. Well, you talk about putting shrimps on the barbie. Devon Peterson looks like he's cooking on gas right now.
$111. Devon car 161. $90. James car 145.
Well, this would be some way to put his nose back in front, looking at the 145. Not to be on this occasion, and so Peterson coming back for 71 to get the break, put himself 3-2 up, and
45.
importantly, he had the darts in the next to
71.
see this contest out.
$63. James car 100.
One right and 2 went wrong. Well,
$60. Devon car 8.
almost there for James Bailey on the tops.
4. James car 40.
Devon's not very happy about that. And you can see why, because he knows Bailey's going to do that straight away as soon as you give him a chance.
6 leg Devon to throw
3-2
first.
Bailey.
Game on.
Peterson throwing to stay in the contest.
100.
I suppose it's appropriate to have Bailey over in the UK at this time of year, because then it's probably going to be everybody's favourite tipple of choice in about a week's time. For the adults, of course.
140.
It's a deacon tradition in the household after numerous amounts of gin to have a glass of Baileys before bed on Christmas Day whilst watching EastEnders.
$95.
I think everybody has a look at EastEnders, don't they? On Christmas Day. Just to remember, sum up the whole year in one episode.
100.
Yeah, everyone crams in the revision like an exam, don't they, as to who the characters are, because they forgot who they are again. Better than Corrie.
Absolutely.
60. WK 121.
Did you see the Christmas Day one where Ben got driven out of the pub by darts being thrown all over the place?
There's a story to be had here, isn't there?
105.
No, not at all. Contractually obliged.
$95. WK
This
60.
to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Double 8 after 12. But that is awkward. Extremely awkward. What can he see of that? And
Game
what
shot
can
of
he
6
find?
Devon
And what to
Peterson.
find? What a dart. Possibly the dart of the day
So the
from
final
Devon
leg, James to throw
Peterson
first.
to take us all the way in this contest.
Pretty even game and deserves to go down the last, really.
135. $41.
Of course, other viewing this year on Christmas Day surely is Pluto TV in our 24/7 darts channel.
Just think about this, Scott. You could be tucking into your Christmas Day turkey whilst watching the Modus Super Series.
Being commentated on by myself.
Just think, this could be what you're watching over your Christmas dinner.
140.
Well, for James Bailey, he's led himself an 86 after 9 in this deciding leg. Been a good contest,
44.
this. Both players
James Wilcott, 86.
averaging 92, even if the doubling at times has left a little bit to be desired. Double 16. Thought it would be a big win for Bailey. It would be a damaging defeat for Devon.
54.
He is going to come back. He has got time on his side.
$140. James
Decent
Wilcott,
140
32.
from Dev. But it may just be in vain. Because Bailey can win the game on double 8. 2 4s.
24.
Can't go.
WK 136.
This will be a mighty ask from Devon. First one's good. Second one's good. Double 8. He eyes it up. He eyes it up and takes it out. What a 4-3 win for Devon Peterson. A 1-3-6 finish to get the job done. You keep doing that, that signs you're on your way back. Averages 93.90 for Devon Peterson. 89.94 for James Bailey. He had match darts, but they just didn't go. And Peterson stepped up with a superb 1-3-6 to finish the match. We head off into a short break. And when we return, we will have Shane Hayward taking on Donny Scheurwater.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. We are halfway through the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, Devon Peterson, courtesy of a 1-3-6 checkout, got the better of James Bailey by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, the only player yet to pick up a point in this group, but perhaps surprisingly so. Shane Hayward sees himself in action up against Donny Scheurwater, who... I have to say today he's played much better over the first couple of games than he has done the last couple of days. Kicked off a full 2 win against James Bailey, averaging 88, 4 from 9 on the doubles. And he has hit 2 tub plus checkouts in each of the opening 2 matches that he's played today. He hits a 164 and a 112 against James, whilst in his last match, a 4-2 defeat to Devon Peterson, he pinned a ton checkout on the nose and a 108 checkout. But what is he going to do against Shane, who has to get going and has to get going quickly?
Yeah, he does. Otherwise, this group's going to be away from him before you know it. There's no more time to waste for Hayward if he has any plans on getting out of this group in the top 2.
Both players completing their final warm-up darts before this game gets underway. It will be Shane to have the throw in this particular contest. This is game 9 of 15 that we've seen today. Don't forget that after these 15 matches have been completed, if you're missing the darting action, fear not, because we're going to be back tonight for 10 more from 10 o'clock on Pluto TV, available around the world. Stream now, pay never on Pluto TV.
99.
And I have to say, you do want to join us because that group looks pretty tasty indeed this evening.
85.
Yeah, and action later on tonight in Group B. Joe Croft, Marvin Van Velzen, Charlie Martin, Gary Stone, and
92.
the Killer Bee, John Desimo. That's 10 o'clock tonight on Pluto TV. You can download Pluto TV to your television or smart device by heading to the allocated app store for whichever device you want to watch Pluto TV on.
41.
It's free of charge. And once you stream, you can add the Modus Super Series to your favourite channel catalogue, so you don't have to scroll through to find Super Series action 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And such is the platform that we're on now, Scott, that I was actually having a little bit of a scroll through Pluto TV whilst having a very nice lasagna last night. And one of the options on there was to watch live coverage of the Club World Cup final, where Real Madrid were in action, and they won yesterday in the Lusail Stadium in Qatar. So that's some of the viewing that you can find on Pluto TV as well as the darts.
97. Donny O'Carr, 129.
Scheurwater looking at 129 to take out the opening leg. Treble 20 leaves the ball. Would have been for his 5th of the day.
93.
He's going to leave himself on double 18 if Shane Hayward cannot convert this 96.
56. Donny O'Carr, 36.
Double 18 for Donny.
Getting shown the first leg, Donny
Just
Scheurwater.
looks far more confident today, doesn't he?
Second leg, Donny to the
Well, he's had a
first.
chat with you, Henry. You know, I mean, he's feeling good.
There's a feeling of belonging. Well, maybe there was a point yesterday where
93.
Maybe he wanted the stage just to eat him up a little bit, whereas now he looks like he's more familiarised with the surroundings. He looks a bit more at home. He looks like he knows what he's doing a bit more now than maybe he did earlier on this
78.
week.
Yeah, definitely looks more assured. There's no two ways about it. And of course, when you're 4 days in, there's nothing here to surprise you or catch you out.
61.
Unless your dart drops out on the floor. But yeah, no, there's nothing. You know the routines, you know the motions. And particularly when you come from Group A to Group C. Group C is exactly the same.
41.
It's just played in the afternoon. You've still got your 5 games a day. You've still got your 6 players in it. But this time, instead of one person getting out, 2 people get out of the group to go to the Saturday night finals. And maybe he's knowing that, as he said to you, he's learning all the time. And the fact that the way that he's playing today, he was one of those that needed the reset to be on 0. Maybe
45.
like Ivan Springborg Poulson as well. Both needed to be on 0. We sat at the top of the show saying these two had to find something to get themselves
60.
anywhere near the qualifying, and both have stepped up.
$40. Donny O'Carr,
So Scheurwater
152.
152 for a 2-0 lead. Not to be on this occasion, though he does have 6 darts to double the advantage, having got the
82.
break in leg 1 of this contest.
$125.
It's a little bit more
Donny
like
O'Carr,
it from
70.
Hayward.
Getting shown the second leg, Donny Scheurwater.
And Donny Scheurwater marching round
first.
the hockey with a lot more confidence.
I tell you what, if Donny plays like this for the next couple of days continuously,
26.
I'd like to see him have another go at this. I think there's a player in there, but I think it's taken him a while to unlock
100.
the keys as to what makes him successful here.
Like you say, at the age that he is, to get this experience is absolutely brilliant for him.
41. 123. 100. 58. 42.
No matter what Hayward tries at the minute, he just can't find any of those big trebles.
96.
'Scheurwater 124 points away from a 3-0 lead in this contest.
59. Donny O'Carr 124.
Averaging 88 at this present moment in time. Triple 18 doesn't have to attack this because of the
50.
numerical advantage he's got in this leg.
$95. Donny O'Carr 74.
Tots are 3-0.
34.
Now he has to hope that Hayward hasn't got his
138.
fourth sub plus check out of the locker.
Yeah, he's wasted a few darts to leave a double, hasn't he, Scheurwater? And now Hayward is in. Are we going to see another 1-3 something?
129.
Not quite.
Donny O'Carr 40. Getting shot on the third leg.
Donny Scheurwater makes no mistake with the double top. Messed around a little to get there and
Fourth
leave
leg, Donny
it,
to
but
third
yes,
first. Game on.
he's hit the tops with one dart, and Shane cannot believe what's happening to him here. The
46.
wheels have well and truly fallen off his cart.
Well, something has gone wrong today for Shane, and we don't quite know what, but his previous couple of appearances in the Modus Super Series looked so promising. And yet, today, no matter how hard he's tried, and you could tell that he's
140.
giving absolutely everything to the cause. It's just not quite correlated for the Welshman.
40. 140. 47. 127.
Hayward definitely the man in command in this leg.
96. Shane O'Carr 94.
He doesn't need to have to worry about going the ball route.
54.
Went double 18 to go for double top. Located the double 18, but didn't quite get the range on the double top.
Shane O'Carr 40.
Scheurwater still not on a finish.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Shane Hayward.
Well, it's a route back into the game, a 14
Fifth leg,
darter
Shane to throw first.
for Shane Hayward to bring it back to 3-1. And he does have the darts here to reduce the gap back down to 1.
$127.
Better opening throw on the Hayward throw this time around.
58. $49.
Donny, it's about holding it all together. He's done all the hard work to open up the lead.
35.
But I suppose in these scenarios, particularly when you're in a position like Donny, where you're probably not used to this, it's about attacking like he has done to get himself in this position and try and not protect what he's already got.
85.
Yeah, you can get into a sort of stay safe mode where you just try to be sure to be in the right regions and at the right places.
80.
He's not having any luck here. That's the second one that's bounced out for him in this match. A crucial time, and those things start to tell you that the game's not going your way. You start to be
100.
a little bit negative, and you start to think your luck's not going running your way. You've got to ignore all that and try and get it all. Oh, here we go.
140. Scheurwater 140.
140 gets him in the same street.
The Rob Cross route hit one of the world title in 2018. And it's
James
one
Shaw
Shane
the
Hayward
fifth
that
leg. Shane
leg.
Hayward.
It's his 4th ton-plus checkout of the day. And
Six-leg Donny
it's gone up
Game on.
by a margin of 20 every single time. His first was a ton. The other two were 120s. And now the 140. Back to 3-2. And incredibly, it is our 10th ton-plus checkout of the session so far.
$100. $45. $100. $177.
Well, Scheurwater here after what has been quite a nervy couple of legs, looking to put in the finishing touches to this contest.
55.
And he has got 6 starts here from 219 to complete a 4-2 success against Shane Hayward. Will head down
59.
for cover. Will leave himself on 160. And will leave himself in a position where he is 3 darts away from completing the match.
$11. Donny O'Carr 160.
$160 and plenty of time for Donny Scheurwater to complete this contest. Would love a triple here to leave himself on a
60.
single to double. The 60's okay. He's already taken out a ton and he took it out by hitting tops.
95. Donny O'Carr 100. $84.
Even himself
Donny
on
O'Carr
double 8.
140.
Feel this has to go. Not to be. He's got to try and pressure this 16 as best he can.
92. Donny O'Carr 16.
$4.
Again, shown the match.
His
Johnny
second
Scheurwater.
win of the group. Donny Scheurwater pit double 8 to beat Shane Hayward by 4 legs to 2. 5 out of 8 on the doubles. He raced it to a 3-0 lead. He started well. Little bit of a deviation midway through, but then did enough to cross the line. Scheurwater a 4-2 win against Hayward. Welding Bailey coming up after the break. Well, the players dropping out of Group A are having a good day of it in Group C here at the ADC Global Championship. Donny Scheurwater there pinning that double 8 to get the better of Shane Hayward by 4 legs to 2. That was the final game from the third round of matches. The other game saw Devon Peterson get the better of James Bailey by 4 legs to 3, and even Springboard Poulson beat James Welding by 4 legs to 1. Let's have a look at the table then as we go into the final couple of rounds for the day. Devon Peterson, the only player protecting a perfect record so far, having won all 3 of his matches. Poulson and Scheurwater on 4, Bailey and Welding on 2. Shane Hayward is the only player yet to pick up a point in this Group C. We're going to see the Battle of the Jameses. So sit down next to us and enjoy a meeting between Welding and Bailey. And I promise it's the only mid-90s musical reference I'll make when it comes to this particular meeting. Well, maybe it's not, because it's laid bare in this particular match, that the winner will move on to 4 points and give themselves an outside chance of catching Devon Peterson going into the final round of fixtures for the day. Luckily for you, I know no more songs by that artist, but one artist that definitely knows how to strike a tune when it comes to talking tungsten is Scott Mitchell, and he's going to talk us through our 10th game of the session.
Well presented there, mate. Nicely done. Here we've got James Bailey and James Welding. I'm sure I'll get the Jameses confused by the end of this match.
Game on.
You have to say, James Welding could do with a win here. He fell short against Devon Peterson.
58.
4 legs to 3 early doors in games 3, and won his second game against Shane Hayward, which you would say is his other rival in the group, so you would think that that's going his way, and then he lost to Springbok Poulson 4-1, which was a surprise, but Poulson was good for the job. So you think that James has really got to get back on the wagon now, as in Welding.
177.
He needs to win here big time if he is going to stay near the contenders for the top 1 and 2.
$54.
For James, he put in 2 real good performances to kickstart his day, but can only win one of them. And he'll feel like with what he's done today that he may have left a couple of points out there, possibly.
$100. Change your car, 132.
Yeah, possibly he would, but you can't keep looking backwards. You've got to keep looking forwards and try and... what a lovely shot. Another ton topper from the day.
Second leg, James Bailey to throw first. Game on.
3-2 there from Welding. Shame for him is it was only for a hole to throw. You want to do those against a throw.
However, the stall has been set out. A 12-darter
100
in the opening leg for James Welding. That now is our 11th ton plus checkout. We're only in the first leg of game 10 of the session.
123.
4 for Hayward, 4 for Donny, and 1 apiece for Ivan, Devon, and Welding.
$60.
In fact, James Bailey, the only player not to have hit a ton plus checkout so far over the course of the session. Back in Australia, works in the trade and works in some blisteringly hot temperatures. He was telling me that he was working on a roof not too long ago, and that the temperatures were heading towards 38 degrees Celsius. He said he couldn't have whacked the aircon on quick enough when he got in the car following the end of a day's graft.
$45.
Welding looking to set this up here.
44.
He doesn't want to keep having to do those big shots, but he's only left himself 142. Bailey here getting the first go. Needs a treble. Not to be this time. 140 would be fine. A ton would be good.
60. Change your car, 142.
So the 142 of Welding is going to go. What can Bailey make of this 96 to
Change your car, 96.
equalise the game up at 1 apiece?
$56. James Car 97.
He's himself at tops. What can Welding make of this 97? For treble 18 with dart 2. And so Bailey free in hand at tops to square up at 1-1.
Needs to go over to the right. Now it's double 10.
30.
So chances go begging for Bailey. Now down to Welding. Takes his time coming in, and then he does his own thing, and that's the way to do it.
James Welding.
Takes his time coming in, then throws his own pace.
Welding
goes 2-0 to the good.
Game on.
Now he has the throw as well. I have to say,
99.
Welding's kind of dealing with this quite well at the minute, because when you play a player with a lot slower pace, it can be difficult for a quicker player. But he's not changing anything about what he does when he puts his foot to the hockey, Welding. He puts his foot to the hockey, plays it, throws what he does, and then gets his darts out and gets out the way.
He's just a player that isn't phased, is he?
I think he's just concentrating on himself more than anything, and I think that's something that we could all learn from.
James Welding finished the year as the ADC number 5.
60.
We're playing in the Winmore Championship Tour in 2025, which is brought to you in partnership with Bradmore Farm, the luxury sports bar and wedding venue. £1,000 winner every event, paid out to the last 32. 2 events every day, with a warm-up event every Friday night. The top 8 players in the tour table will contest the grand finals live here with the Live Lounge again, and it's going to be live on Pluto TV. The top 4 players
55.
in the tour table will qualify for the Global Championship next year. And again, we'll be broadcasting that to you on Pluto TV. The first couple of events run from
45.
the 8th to the 9th of February at Bradmore Farm in Aylesbury. The second event's on the 10th and 11th of May at the same venue. The final couple of days of events, the final 4 events, will take place on the 2nd and 3rd of August. And that is at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester.
43.
www.dartatlas.com is the place to go for more information on how to enter those events. And if you are successful, you could well be playing
96.
at the Global Championship in 2025, courtesy of the Windmill Championship Tour 2025 in partnership with Bradmore Farm.
$80. James Car 144.
Welding looking for a 3-0 lead. If he can find this 144, there's the first. There's the second treble. Double 12.
120.
Rapid fire indeed there from Welding.
$60. James Car 24.
So this for 3-0. Double 6.
Getting shown the third leg, James Welding.
He doesn't miss double 6 very
Fourth leg,
often, does
James Bailey
Welding.
to throw first. Game on.
Deep breath. He has there at the table. Slight slip of water. He's doing what he needs to do, because leg difference could come into this group. If you can chip in with a few 4-0 wins to try and make up for that 4-1 loss that he had.
100.
It would help him no end.
Particularly because the table is looking as if it's just tightening
96.
up somewhat, particularly behind Devon Peterson at the top. So a big win here for Jay to put him on 4 points plus 2. To put it in perspective, Devon Peterson, okay, he's got a couple of points advanced, but he's on plus 4. Even Poulson's on plus 3 in terms of legs difference, and Donny Scheurwater plus 2.
57.
These are the moments where you kind of lose sight of the score of the match, because James would want to go on and get this 4-0, but you think, oh, well, he's just hit a 180.
140.
You know, I'm 3-0 up. If he gets 1, fair play. And then before you know it, he gets 2, and then he gets 3,
100.
and then you're battling for everything.
81.
23 left.
34.
Misses the big third tee, but he is going to come back. Welding not really at it in terms of the scoring stakes in this leg. Bailey leaving himself on a
58.
single to double combination
Change of
after a
ground,
dozen.
47.
Loves tops. But it's not quite correlating like it did at the beginning of the
James
day.
on the
But
fourth
double
leg,
10 has
James
helped him
Bailey.
out there. It's a shake of the head from the Australian. He's still in the
Good luck, James
contest.
Welding to throw
But
first.
James
Game on.
Welding has the throw here to complete the job 4-1.
45. $100.
You have to say, he does need to start better than the 45s on his own throw. He needs to back this up now because his
80.
opponent's gone off with 100. And you need a treble visit of some sort. Retrieved with the last. Just to keep your opponent's eye on the game, really. On his
44.
game. So he's now missed up. No treble visit for Bailey. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered.
180.
Now looking to bring the hammer home.
It's his first 180 of the match at quite a crucial
97.
time. Now you need a treble visit again. His opponent's not far away on 260. Is he actually listening to me? Has somebody
100.
give him an earpiece? Lovely job, Lee. Nice little ton there. Bailey it is. Needs a treble to leave himself a shot.
60.
And that is unfortunate.
Change your
Three
card,
perfectly
96.
thrown darts just did not go to their chosen destiny.
James
Double
Welding, James
18.
Welding.
Match over. James Welding 4-1. Bounces back from that defeat from Springbok Poulson and inflicts a 4-1 defeat of James Bailey of his own. He'll be pleased with that. The averages, James Welding 90.19. A nice shot out of 132, which gave him the confidence to go and finish the job. So we will head into a short break and we will return with Donny Scheurwater and Ivan Springbok Poulson.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's two options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taken out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break, James Welding got the better of James Bailey by 4 legs to 1. That was the completion of our 10th match of the day. Game 11 sees Donny Scheurwater and even Springboard Poulson go toe-to-toe on the stage. As far as these two are concerned, they sit second and third in Group C, having been the bottom 2 players in Group A on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, respectively. Both on 4 points. The winner will join Devon on 6 ahead of his meeting with Shane Hayward in the 12th and final match of the 4th cycle of fixtures. And I have to say, Scott, both of these players today have responded very well from the setback of the previous group.
First.
Yeah, they have. And I think they have to, you have to commend that. We said at the top of the show, I said at the top of the show that if these two were going to figure in trying to get a place out of here, they were going to have to vastly improve. I couldn't see anything different than them being down at the bottom of the group still. They may still end up there. Who knows? But what we've seen so far
57
is that they've definitely learnt from the first 3 days, and they're not so daunted by this group, and they needed to get back on 0 again and just find their feet again.
$60. $40.
For both players, this week has been a completely brand new experience for them. Never experienced anything quite like this previously in their careers. First time on a big stage, in front of the lights, in front of the cameras. And I think both will take a lot of learnings from
84.
what has happened over the last 4 days, but I think they'll both be pleased with how today's gone. It's been both players' best day here at the live lounge in Portsmouth so far.
$98. $180. 126.
So Springboard Poulson, a 180 out of nowhere.
41. Ivan Ukar, 88.
He's effectively turned the throw. He gets the first stab at the 88. 18 for bullseye.
63. Donny Ukar, 85.
To be this time round.
$29. Ivan Ukar, 25.
So 25 for Springboard Poulson to get the breaker throw and to take out the opening leg of this match. Double 8. And now double 4.
17.
Doesn't go, and so Scheurwater returns to 56 to take the opening rubber. Double 18.
Getting shown the first leg, Donny Scheurwater. Second leg,
So
Ivan
hold a throw there.
Game on.
For Poulson.
$60.
Sorry, that was Scheurwater hold a throw miles away. It's Poulson to throw first, and
39.
he needs to hold throw now.
It's been a long fortnight, Scott, hasn't it? It's been a long 3 weeks for you because you were at Lakeside, weren't you, prior to this?
44.
Yeah, it's been a little while, but hey, all good. Enjoy every moment, I say.
121.
That's exactly what Scheurwater's doing here. He really is looking more relaxed as the day's going on.
55.
He wins legs. This is
100.
That was kind of a strange one, really. He hit the treble 20 with the first one and then sort of went safe and didn't want to miss. With his second two, so went high and hit single 20s and played quite conservatively.
$55.
Well, he's in a position to break the throw, but it depends really what Poulson does with this visit. And because
44.
of that visit, Scheurwater's in a position here to really take charge of this contest. 6 on 186 to go 2-0 up and to have full control of this match. And he's using his setup to perfectly to leave himself on 56. He's looking for the same combination that he took to win the previous leg.
122. Donukar 56.
Rinse and repeat.
Getting shown
Yes,
the second
indeed.
leg, Donny Scheurwater.
56 by 2, and it's 2-0 to Scheurwater.
Third leg, Donny to throw first. Game on. $121. $100. $90. $140. $55. $25.
Just feels like in this game, even it's just breaking down in the middle of legs, and it's allowing Donny these types of setup turns to open up opportunities.
140.
He's quite happy to take the opportunities, isn't he?
He's let himself on a 2-darter after a dozen. Poulson needs another treble to do so
140.
himself. And to his credit, he has. Treble 19, double 19. He attacked it.
79.
He'd be over-aggressive to a certain degree with dart 2, but Poulson here, 96, to get the break back, return the match to throw, and to half the deficit to 2-1. Double 16.
$64. Donny O'Carr,
It's
16.
on the wire, but not in. So Scheurwater, 16 to take a 3-0 lead.
Game show on the third leg.
Composes himself and takes it out. We're seeing a bounce in the step here from Scheurwater now. It's something we haven't seen all week.
Donny Scheurwater, drinking water.
121.
And he's definitely sipping from the cup of optimism right now, isn't he?
$92. $91. $135. $59. $96. $100.
Poulson has made sure that he leaves himself a combination where he only needs one treble to get a dart or something to win the match.
138. Having a car, 130.
And what a nice setup, 138 from Scheurwater. 130 coming in, bullseye for Poulson. And he nails it
Ivan Springboard Poulson.
to save himself a 130.
This leg, Tony did through first. Game on.
Another one for the collection.
$100.
That's the 12th Tub Plus checkout we have seen today. The second from Ivan Poulson. Donny's responsible for 4.
57.
And what it has done is it's forced Donny Scheurwater to serve it out. The Dutchman had left himself at tops in that previous leg to see the game through to zip. But credit to the resilience of this Great Dane to keep asking the questions.
100.
Of his fellow debutant in this competition.
45.
And there goes the pop-off flight again.
100.
He will have a 6-pack by the end of the match.
140.
I have to say, we are now seeing Donny actually relax and play with a bit of relaxation.
100. Donny O'Carr, 120.
A bit of expression is coming into his game.
$56. Ivan O'Carr, 144.
Well, he saved the match in the previous leg with a 130, but he's not going to save this one for 144. And so Donny Scheurwater returns to 64 to complete
56.
a 4-1 win.
64.
Averaging just under 87. His doubling's been good, 3 from 4 in this contest so far. And he's going to get one at tops to get
44.
the job done.
Ivan O'Carr,
But it drops
88.
low and it allows Poulson with one final Hail Mary effort. Double 16 after
72.
the double 18.
Donny O'Carr, 20.
It was a great effort, wasn't it?
Game
Double
show on the
10
match, Donny
rounds out
Scheurwater.
the match for Donny Scheurwater. He is having a day that he is enjoying, and you can see the spring in his step as he leaves the stage. We just weren't seeing this in the first 3 days. It's an 85 average for him, but the secret is the 4 from 6. He's now hitting doubles. We move on to the next game after the break, and we'll be bringing you Devon Peterson against Shane Hayward.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker take everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back. This is the ADC Global Championship brought to you live on Pluto TV. If you have just joined us, let's run you through what has happened. Before the break, Scheurwater got the better of Even Poulson by 4 legs to 1. Devon Peterson in your picture there is the only player that's unbeaten in this group so far. He's picked up 6 points. He's won 3 out of 3. He kicked off his day with a 4-3 success against James Welding. He followed that up with a 4-2 success over Scheurwater, averaging 98 in the process. And then
Game on.
a 4-3 win over James Bailey, where again he averaged in excess of 90, hit 4 maximums, and that was despite missing 10 darts and a double. He's been the player of the day so far, but he's not currently top of the group. That belongs to Scheurwater, who, with that win against Even Poulson, has won 3 out of his 4 matches and is top of the table via 1 leg in terms of legs difference. Shane Hayward is bottom of the table. He's the only player yet to pick up a point on day 1 of Group C here at this ADC Global Championship. Realistically, if he's to stand a chance of getting into the top 2 by the end of play tomorrow, he probably has to win his final 2 matches, but starts don't get much tougher than that of the table topper, Devon Peterson.
81.
Oh, indeed, and
140.
I feel this could be a pivotal match in the day for sure.
Devon Car 161.
6 starts on 161 for Peterson.
129.
And he's left himself on a double after 12. He's been doing that with quite regularity today. I suppose we're going to be overly critical, and it is heading into the overly critical category. He's set up very well, but he has needed a little bit of time to finish legs off. And he's going to need time here, but he may not get it.
80.
Tops for Hayward.
Getting shown the first leg.
That
Shane
will
Hayward.
resemble a bit of a pinch because Peterson dominate the scoring exchanges, missed 3 at a double, and Hayward has swooped in to get the break.
Thing for me is, has this ignited Hayward? We haven't seen this sort of scoring from him all day.
$140. $59. $60.
Well, before a dart was thrown this afternoon, we thought maybe a meeting between these two could well be
95.
The highest quality contest. And the early indications are that both players are playing to a very high standard.
60. Shane your car 170.
Shane today has had 4 ton plus checkouts. The ton, 2 120s and a 140. He didn't have to add the
40.
Big fish to the mix there. Devon has had a 136 checkout, and that was to win a last leg decider in his previous match
60.
Against James Bailey.
130.
And we saw the 130 go in the previous match by even Poulson.
He
went for the ball. He got the ball. And for Shane Hayward, that is a 5th ton plus checkout of the day. He has been the king when it has come to 3 figure outs, and it has doubled his lead against the African warrior Devon Peterson.
140. $140.
That 80 shot
41.
out in the last leg has absolutely lit the blue touch paper for Hayward.
$45. $140.
Peterson searching for a route back into this contest. Should have won leg 1,
85.
didn't do so. And it's felt like from that point onwards, Hayward has manoeuvred himself in this match, but has hit the brakes a little bit in leg 3, although Devon does have the darts in it.
100.
Big Trouble there leaves himself on a 2-darter after a dozen darts.
$70. Devon New Car 80.
So this to half the gap to 2-1. This could be a little bit awkward for Dev.
Game shown the
But
third
that
leg,
is
Devon
perfect for
Peterson.
Peterson. What could have been tricky turned out to be
Ball flick
plucky,
changes
and
with first,
Peterson
game
halves
on.
the gap. Peterson pinning that top
100.
last dart in hand, and because his darts stand up to attention, and because it was a little bit low in the bed, that could have so easily caught. That was a really good last dart there from Devon.
140.
It really was, and now that's ignited him. He had a couple of 140s in the last leg to get him back into it. And this one's really shaping up now.
140.
This is what we expected from Shane Hayward from game one.
$100.
Reminder that all roads lead to Sunday and the grand finals of the inaugural Global Championship, 1:30.
100.
We begin our build-up on Pluto TV before then going live at 2 o'clock in the afternoon with the darts. We'll be playing all the way through to a conclusion. The winner will be crowned
60. Shane New Car
round about
161.
6:30. Hayward 161. Not to be on this occasion. It didn't have to be. He's got 6 to open up a 3-1 advantage. But
129.
what a win for Hayward really would do is keep everybody close, and it would keep Donny Scheurwater
45.
at the top of the group
Shane
going
Car
into the
32.
final round.
Why is it up for the second time?
No score. Devon New Car 156.
.32 scored from Hayward, but not the way that wins you the game.
41. Shane New Car 32.
Dev's still scrapping away. I can't find a thing there at the end of the leg.
Game shown the fourth leg, Shane Hayward.
Nicely done by Hayward.
Fifth leg, Devon to throw first. Game on.
So he finds himself 3-1 up. He finds himself a leg away for victory for Devon. He has to leave it all on the line now.
140.
Shane has found levels in comparison to what he's been punching in terms of numbers for the
58.
rest of the day. This is more like the man that we gave high expectation for the start of the day, averaging 93.5%, 50% on the doubles. His finishing hasn't really been a problem in terms of the big finishing, but
43.
it's felt like the big finishing's been all that he's been able to muster, and that everything else alongside it hasn't quite been up to scratch up until now.
135.
He said on the way in that he felt that he hadn't maybe had the only thing he was missing was a bit of match practice. And I've got to say, he's had 3 matches today, and he's obviously been fed up with getting beaten. And
140.
now he's grabbed the bull by the horns and said, I'm not having this anymore. I'm going to start winning games. I don't care who I'm playing, I'm winning.
135.
Peterson has 6 starts from here to reduce the gap back down to 3-2.
100.
So the Ton should have at least a dart to the double upon his return.
$95. Devon New Car 78.
Tots for Peterson to save it, and again it's awkward on the top wire.
58. Shane New Car 78.
So it's 78 for Hayward then. And you wouldn't bet against it, would you? 20 for tops. Just make sure now. And that is a cardinal
53.
mistake.
Devon New Car 20. Game shown
Well,
the
if
fifth
Devon
leg,
needed
Devon
any
Peterson.
invitation to go and hit Double 10 with one dart. He has done that.
Six leg Shane to throw first. Game on.
Saving grace for Hayward is he now has the darts to try and close the match out.
To eventually get it done.
100.
The good news is there's 3 more games to go after this. Maxi for Devon. His first of the game did hit 4 in his last match against James Bailey. And now Shane Hayward gets in on the act. That's his second of the contest. But hang about. Hang about.
139.
He teased. But he goes 5 deep in the 9. He may not even win the leg. May not even get a go at a double because Hayward, to his credit,
81.
Has kept pace with him.
$61. Shane McCall 140.
Right when he didn't want it. 1, 2, 2. Where's he going? Is he going to stay on the 18s or is he going to go straight for the 20s?
$96. Devon McCall 121.
To take us all the way. Double 14. Clips the wire inside. But it gives Shane Hayward a match-winning opportunity here on 44. Double 16. He's been on the hill for a while as Hayward, but he's eventually KO'd Devon Peterson. A 4-2 success for Shane Hayward marks his first win of these global championships and marks the first defeat for Devon Peterson. And it means it's advantage Johnny Scheurwater going into the final round of fixtures. And he takes on James Welding after the break. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. Before the break, Shane Hayward got his first win of the day, aided and abetted by this 130 checkout to put him 2-0 to the good against Devon Peterson, the African warrior, who's lost his first game of the session as a consequence. This is how the rest of the day has looked. Those are the results from the 12 games so far, and this is how the table looks going into the final round of matches. Donny Scheurwater, Devon Peterson, both on 6 uniform table, 2 on 6, 2 on 4, 2 on 2. And for Donny Scheurwater, he can end the day on 8 points if he can get the better of James Welding here in game 13 of the session. For Donny, this almost has a feel of a free hit for him, because whatever happens, he's going to be in touch going into tomorrow's action. We did ask a couple of questions before the action got underway, but today has been a great day for the Dutchman.
Yeah, it sure has. And apart from that defeat from Devon Peterson, he's looked pretty assured. We're seeing a spring in his step. We're seeing some confidence. But looking at that table for James Welding, if he can manage a win here, that puts him in touch as well on what's been not the best day for him. And he would feel that if he could do that, it would be damage limitation and still be in touch and hopefully
43.
come back and start showing his best games tomorrow.
121.
Been a busy day across the darting landscape, across North London at the Alexandra Palace. The afternoon session at the World Championship has come to an end. The day began with a big shock.
140.
Yin Lee getting the better of Chris Lamb by 3-1. Then Callum Ridd put in the performance of the tournament so far, average of 107.06 to defeat Romeo Gerbovac 3-0, who himself averaged just under 98 in that game. Martin Lukman had to survive a scare from Nitin Kumar, winning by 3-1. And then the final game, an emotional one for Robert Owen. He has retained his tour card by getting the better of Gabriel Clement by 3-1. And the German, who went into the tournament world number 27, was a semi-finalist 2 years ago, is going to plummet down the rankings as a result of that particular defeat. Later on tonight, Nick Kenny takes on Stowe Bunt, someone who's played in the week here this year. It's Suljevic up against Matt Campbell. Scott Williams against Nico Springer. A lot of people fancying Nico to beat Scott Williams in that one. And then Michael Smith, who was champion at Ali Pali 2 years ago, takes on Kevin Duitz for the second consecutive year at Ali Pali.
Daniel Carr, 158.
Johnny looking at 158.
Yeah, start up, not to be this time.
58. James Yokar, 88.
Rounds it up nicely to a single to double combo, but is he going to get a go? Welding 7-7.
74. Daniel Carr, 100.
Rapid fire, 100 mile an hour. It leaves his hand, doesn't it?
Number 19 tops. Unable to recover a dart 2.
12.
And so Welding
14.
to take the opening leg. Look at it, 7-7.
10. Daniel Carr, 88.
So living a charmed life here, Scheurwater. All about this 88.
$60. James
So
Yokar,
did the first bit right. Got the second bit quite wrong.
Game shown the first leg,
Welding
James
gets
Welding.
the first bit right, only just.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on. $83.
Mind that next year, the ADC as well are giving players the opportunity to play in front of crowds at some of Modus Sports'
98.
biggest exhibitions. They're bringing back the belt concept. and the European and the global belts will be
94.
played for in front of an audience at a couple of the marquee Modus exhibitions in 2025. The actual exhibitions that they'll be played for haven't been announced yet, but there's an opportunity for players to play
60.
a big game, play for a title in front of thousands of people. It's an opportunity that years ago was probably
120.
unthought of, that you could be playing on the same bill as Van Gerwen, Humphreys, Littler, and playing for a big title.
Yeah, could be good. Could be good. It's going to be good for the ADC to be linked to something with so much
140.
prestige to it.
$140.
Well, Welding's left himself on 64 after a dozen darts to double his advantage in this contest. Scheurwater had 2 darts to win leg
61.
1, was unable to apply the finishing touches, and he could find himself 2 behind before too long, because he's got a couple at tops now, 1 at double 10,
44.
doesn't go, and Donny has
142.
taken 4 ton plus checkouts so far today. $85 remaining. Another one there, leaves double 14. Treble 15 leaves tops. He's caught in 2 minds, decided to persevere, and then clipped it the other side into treble 7.
$86. Junior car 20.
So Welding looking at double 10 to double his lead. It took him 6 opportunities to win the first leg.
Game shown on the
But
second
he
leg. James
manages
Welding.
to pin it last dart in hand there to make it 2-0.
Third leg, Donny to third
Yeah,
first.
and that's when
Game on.
everything inside you is telling you you can't hit that, and he uses the first darts lovely there.
$79. $82. $100. $140.
Well, now he's opened up a lead. He really wants to run with that particular advantage he has in hand.
$57.
As Donny just hit a bit of a psychological wall. It's been a really good day for him, and I hope that he leaves the building today with his head
100.
held high, because I think he can be really proud of the efforts that he's put in today, and be proud of the way that he's come back from what was quite a challenging scenario in Group A.
$57.
Yeah, that's a touch unlucky from Scheurwater.
$97. $43. Junior
So
car
Welding,
82.
82 for a 3-love lead, and for the double breaker throw in this contest, it mean that he'd have the darts in the next. Tops.
62.
He's going to have to come back for a second bite, and he's going to come back for double 10.
$95. Junior car 20.
Double 10 for James Welding to open up
James
a
showing the
3-0
third leg,
lead in
James
this
Welding.
contest. He's got the double break, and he's got Donny Scheurwater
Fourth leg, James
exactly
to
where
third
he
first.
wants
Game
him.
on.
Yeah, he sure has, and this one just tightens that group up once more, doesn't it, at the top? Remember, 2 from 6 go through from Group C. It tightens things up right at the very top.
$58. $100. $81. $100.
Welding's got himself down to 167. Scheurwater,
43. Change your car, 167.
after leaving the room at the top of the group, it's going to find him surpassed.
93.
Top by Welding,
who himself could go into the provisional clubhouse lead, depending on what happens between Poulson and Peterson. There's a possibility that actually the top 4 players could all be tied on
82.
points at the end of the day. And it just looks like things have slowed up towards the line for Donny Scheurwater, and it's allowed James Welding the opportunity to win this game by 4 legs to 0. 54 scored, 20
54.
left. Been around that double 10 a fair bit in this game, hasn't he? And if he finds it one more time, then he's going to be the victor.
60. Change your car,
like you
20.
say, Donny's done so much good today.
Getting shot in the
Let's
match,
hope
James
that
Welding.
that defeat doesn't destroy his confidence. James Welding, 4-0 win there in an important game for him, because that puts him back in the mix. And as you can see, camaraderie, they're all getting on great there, mate. That's lovely to see. Lovely to see. Here are the averages. 87.13 for Welding, 72.74 for Donny. You can probably see why he didn't figure too much in that game. He dropped off in his averages there, but Welding 4 from 13. He won't worry about that. He'll move on to the next game tomorrow. He will now sit as leader, but that could all change by the end of the day. We'll cut to a short break, and we will bring you Shane Hayward against James Bailey.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next start would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8 maybe 9 times out of 10, it's 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, into our final couple of games for this afternoon's session. Before the break, James Welding got the better of Donny Scheurwater by 4 legs to 0. And next up for us, Shane Hayward up against James Bailey, both playing their final matches of the session. These two, the bottom 2 in this Group C table going into this penultimate match of the session. But it is a double session day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And these two having a very good conversation with Paul Hinks, the referee. But the time for the talking has to stop and the time for the action is about to begin. And the action will continue at the end of this session at 10 o'clock tonight. Live here on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never on Pluto TV. Downloadable wherever you get your apps from, on your smart device or your television set.
Game on.
A nice embrace before we begin our penultimate game of the afternoon session.
A lot of cuddling going on here at the end of the day, isn't there? We had cuddles at the end with James Welding and Donny, and now we got cuddles at the start. Oh, I know why. They're all family up there.
Do I get a Scotty Dog Mitchell bear hug at the end of the session?
60.
Yeah, if you want. I'm not very good. I can't tell how much pressure I use these days. I'm old.
26. $43.
Hayward, who responded well to a troublesome start of a really good win against Devon Peterson last time out. It was a 4-2 success, averaging 96.14. Took out that 130. That felt like a turning point in the game. 4 from 8 on his doubles again. In fact, his finishing has been his strong point. He's had 5 ton plus checkouts today, and he's left himself on 155 to take out leg 1. He's got 6 on this particular position to take out the opening salvo of the match.
26.
And he's going to need the full quota of darts. And he hasn't really polished off, if the truth be told, from the 155.
85. Shane, your car 129.
Triple 20 would have left the bullseye.
42. $59. Shane, your car 87.
Treble 18 for double 8.
Being shown the first leg, Shane Hayward.
Shane Hayward really is starting to come to the
Second leg,
party.
James to first. Game on.
He did have an invite for the start of the day, but it seems like he's turning up traditionally late today, isn't he? But we're starting to see what he has.
76.
And that's why he was the favourite to get out of the group.
Am I having a moment, or is James Bailey not worn glasses for the rest of the day, but
98.
wearing glasses here?
I thought he'd been wearing them all day.
It could just be me, Scott. It could just be me.
39. $100. $85. $103. $59.
So James Bailey makes no inroads into Hayward's lead. Hayward's making inroads into taking off.
$136.
I was a long thinker where he wanted to go there, Shane Hayward. Wasn't aware. He was obviously wanting to leave.
140.
Left-hand side of the
Show your
board.
car
and
64.
now he's under a certain amount of pressure from James Bailey. He's only going to get one dart.
$32.
So
Change
a
your
chance
car,
for Bailey to get
102.
back in this with the 102.
On a day littered with ton plus finishes, James Bailey is the only player not to get one so far. And that's not going to change here. And so Hayward
42.
will return for a
Change your car,
2-0 lead if he
32.
can pin double 16. Double
shown the
16
second
with
leg,
dart
Shane
16.
Hayward.
And Shane Hayward is 2-0 to the goods.
Third leg, Shane to throw first. Game on. $137. $85.
Full shake of the head there by Shane.
$45.
Really trying to build as big a lead as he can, as quick a time as possible.
$92. $89. $140.
So a nice 140 there from Bailey. That puts a little pressure on the Hayward throw. 3 straight ones here will leave him the 170.
94.
He decides to go the 18 route to leave 136.
But when you hit it, it doesn't matter, I suppose.
If he'd hit an 18, he left himself on a bogey. I thought he'd been working on these numbers.
81. Scheurwater 136.
136. Another. Not to be. It would have been Tumpus finish number 6 of the day.
112. Scheurwater 103. $77. Scheurwater 24.
So it's 26 takes on 24, but the man with 24, Shane Hayward, is throwing first.
Getting shown the
And he
third
nails
leg,
it.
Hayward.
3-0 lead for Hayward.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
He's up on that 90 average again. He's on a 96 when he beat Devon Peterson, and Peterson had a 94.
45.
And he's now up there on the 90 average again. Starting to see what Shane Hayward
93.
is bringing to the ADC Global Championship.
Well, they do say it's better late than never, and if he wins this match, he's on 4 points, and because of the truncated nature of this Group C, he is not out of it in the slight. In fact, he'd be 2 points off a qualified position by the time tomorrow comes here in the Live Lounge. And that's regardless of the outcome of the final match between Ethan Springpool Poulson and Devon Peterson. I think the problem James Bailey will have is he's going to be the man that will be detached at the bottom of the group if he was to lose this match, which looks a very likely proposition about now.
58. $140. $125.
Hayward now looking to finish this game off once and for all. He'll feel like he's got 6 from
99.
177 to get the job done.
48.
Unless Bailey can pull something out the fire. And so Hayward back for 78 to complete a 4-0 win. He lost his first 3 games of the session, but he's looking for the ultimate Tungsten turnaround. It was a 4-2 win against Devon Peterson. And it's a 4-0 win against James Bailey to end his day. An average of 93, 94, and 4 for 5 on the doubles. He saved his best till last, and Shane Hayward is still in the mix. Going into Friday of the Global Championship, he's beaten James Bailey by 4 legs to 0. Ethan Poulson, Devon Peterson's coming next.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden! Take and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Here we go then, it's the final game of the afternoon here at the ADC Global Championship, and it's a meeting of Devon Peterson and even springboard Poulson. For Peterson, a win would ensure that he'd be top of the table on 8 points. Unsurpassable from anybody else in the group. However, if even Poulson can win this match, then there'll be 4 players tied at the top on 6 points.
First.
And Shane Hayward,
Game on.
just a couple back on 4. Big last game, and a last game, Scott, which will set in motion where the league table will look going into tomorrow.
60.
Absolutely, and I think as we've seen all day today, you can't predict what's going to happen. You're going to have to stay with us for the duration to see how this ends today.
We are on Pluto TV, which you can download via
140.
the app on your smart TV or device, via whichever app store you use. Stream now, pay never via Pluto
100.
TV.
$100.
On top of the 30 hours a week of live darts action we bring you, there's also plenty of dynamic darts content, which includes the likes of Devon Peterson involved in things like the Influencer Darts charity events. But he's not offering any charity here, is he?
95.
He's got to a strong start and he's looking to get the break right for the get-go against even Poulson.
40. Ivan a car 106.
I think Devon overthought that there, and then at the end,
90.
fluffed his lines
Ivan a car
because
81.
Springborg nearly got in there with a double 16, double 12, double 6 now.
69. Ivan a car 16.
Double 8 for 1-0 to Evan Poulson.
Getting shot in the first leg. Ivan
16
Springbok
data,
Poulson.
1-0 to the Dane.
He's scrapping away for top of the
Second
group.
leg Devon to throw first. Game on.
That was a holder throw. Devon wasted a few too many darts at the end there on the short irons into the green,
81.
and that's sometimes where a game can be won and lost, and that particular leg was lost there.
Don't forget, we're back tonight for Group B, where Joe Croft, Marvin
91.
Van Velzen, Charlie Martin, Gary Stone and John Desimo will slug it out. 5 players, 3 spots through to qualifying night on Saturday evening, where the
26.
top 4 players will progress through to the grand finals on Sunday. A 1:30 start, our coverage. The first dart will be thrown at 2 p.m.
45.
Quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then the best of 17 leg final. Oh, okay. Okay, that was a shade of King and Taylor back in the day. Poulson just...
60.
I don't know whether he tripped or something like that as he came back to the hockey, but he had to pick something up. Peterson thought he went by, and Poulson was still there as he threw dart 1. That could have been a bit dangerous.
Yeah, just
81.
what want Jimmy Van Ski to pierce his ear.
Would have made a nice earring, though.
What, the African Warriors dart hanging out of your
140.
earlobe?
I've seen worse earrings, trust me.
I don't hang out at the clubs that you go to, that's for sure.
46.
In fact, I can't even get in them when I came with you last time.
Yes, I remember that now. Yes, that was a story which was saved for the episode which can't be broadcast before 10 o'clock.
121.
So, Devon quickly down to
58.
73
WK
after
73.
2 double treble visits. 14 for double top. He's having a good look at it.
33.
But Peterson has been taking his time when it's come to completing legs.
60. WK
Needs
40.
more opportunities here.
Come on now, he says to himself. Come on now, Dev. I say to you, and it's in.
And we are all
Third leg
square.
Ivan
It's
to throw
1-1
first. Game on.
in this final match of the afternoon session here at the ADC Global Championship.
54. $92. $97.
Springbok Poulson here just doesn't go away. Devon's finding a big 180 here. Against the throat. It's turned the throat. Poulson's needing a double treble visit here to get it
95.
back. Wrong treble with the second, but he's there and thereabouts. Peterson's away again.
140.
That big treble scoring. He's getting his doubling problem. He's getting himself out of his doubling problem out of the
85.
mire there.
WK 89.
So 89 this time round.
20 and the bull. Ball. He's seen Poulson's on the big fish. He's not going to risk it.
48. Ivan Car 170.
Could we? Could we? No. But I'll tell you what, he gave it a good
84.
old scared in
WK
Springborg.
41.
That was a good attempt, wasn't it? Not so good attempt at the big one for Devon, but one in hand.
Game show
That
on
was
the
a
third
really
leg,
good
Devon
attempt.
Peterson.
got yourself in it, and then Devon gets himself
Well,
out of
Devon
it.
through first. Game on.
Out of the mire and into a 2-1 lead, and now he hopes this time he can really build. He can now extend and begin to push away from
140.
Poulson.
Now the game is kind of reversed because Poulson needs to break Devon's throw at some point
83.
if he's to win the game now. As well as hold his own.
140.
Peterson 6 darts away from a 2-leg lead in this match. Well, that was the possible scenario. Now needs to find a big
26.
treble to leave himself on something, but he's made a bit of a mess of that, if the truth be told.
81.
Well, it's still 6, but this time a bit more precarious for Peterson.
100. 80. Devon Ducar 95.
95 for Peterson to put himself 3-1 up. Goes the bullseye route. And he's going to get a dart. A double 16. 3-1 Peterson. And maybe this is the moment that South African really stretches away with it. He's got a 2-leg buffer. And now 1 away from topping the table overnight. He looks focused. He looks relaxed. And he looks in the mood.
91. 41. 60. 100. 54. 60. 60.
140 needs him on a finish.
$100.
Fair play to Springbok Poulson. He's gone with him.
Tops to win in style to finish off with a blockbuster shot. Devon Peterson ends the day of ton plus finishing with the biggest of big shots. The 160 goes to seal a 4-1 victory against even Springbok Poulson. What a way to end the day. It sees Peterson finish up top of the table. He's won 8 points from his 5 matches. And so Devon Peterson beats even Poulson by 4 legs to 1 to top the table overnight going into the second day's playing Group C. Myself and Scott Mitchell will round up the action on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where the afternoon session has come to an end, and it came to a close with a blockbuster finish. Devon Peterson pinning this 160 to get the better of even Poulson by 4 legs to 1. The African warrior winning 4 games from his opening day. As you can see here, it was quite a cosmopolitan feel in terms of the results across the course of day 1. Those are the results. Let's have a look at the table to confirm Devon Peterson's place at the top of it. 2 players just behind him on 6 points. Remember, 2 from 6 qualify through this Group C. Everybody realistically is still in play. Even James Bailey down the bottom of the table on 2 points. He's going to need a big day on Friday, but he's not out of the mix whatsoever. Scott Mitchell's been watching dart for dart in the commentary box. Let's begin by talking about Devon Peterson, the player of the day. We wondered what kind of form he was going to be in. He's been showing positive signs over the last few months, but I think it's fair to say he has found the top gear towards the end of the year.
I would agree. I would totally agree. There's been things that he's reshaped, remodelled, and it's worked, and he's got that consistency back that we used to see when he was right at the top of his game. And now he can move on from here and, good results like today and having good times here. He needs another day tomorrow. He's far from done here, but, it only helps the confidence. And then sometimes that's the part you need to bring back to your game as well to make you really hit the ground running. But I've been impressed with him today. Yeah, there's a little bit of tightening up on the outer ring. He needs to sharpen up on his doubles a bit. But I've got to be honest with you, that comes with time. That comes with match practice. And he's probably a little bit short of match play. So we'll see how he goes. But it all looks in sort of good order and all seems to be functioning for me.
What in particular stood out for you today?
The scoring. Every time you think that you had him today, he jumped in and started whacking 2 trebles at a visit. Yes, there were the odd visit that he wasn't hitting, they were trebleless. But when he did hit, it was not with 1, it was with 2 or 3.
But then he did show moments of defiance. Showed it against James Bailey, end of that game. Bailey was pushing him all the way, and then he takes out this 1-3-6. This is the last leg of the game. Bailey missing darts here to get over the line. This double 4 comes and goes, and then Peterson steps up and delivers on the 1-3-6. In fact, twice today he's hit big tub plus checkouts to win matches. Yeah, so that 1-3-6 was absolutely vital. And once the first one went, you know that he's going to hit 2 trebles on the trot. He's a first dart merchant, isn't he? And then he hits that 8-8, and you can see what it meant to him. The raw, he knows he's nearly back. Then he hits that 1-3-8, and then goes on and hits the 160 in the last game. So,
Look, he's in good stead and he's looking good and he's walking out of the building with the biggest smile on his face tonight, although he generally does, whether he's top of the group or the bottom of the group, you can't tell.
However, will he feel like, yes, he's in a lead, but he's got a bit of a tentative lead at the top?
No, I don't think so. I think that he'll know that he's at the top now. Fixtures reversed tomorrow, so he'll be first game on tomorrow, and he knows if he wins that corresponding fixture again, then he's a couple of points clear of the rest, and he can then sort of head for home.
James Welding finished up second of the group, 1-3 from 5 today. I think we kind of mentioned at the end of Group A that probably out of the 3 players that dropped out, he looked like the one that had the best chance of getting out of Group C. And the prognosis today was kind of similar towards the end of Group A, where you kind of knew where his level was, mid-80s, the doubling was okay. And when opportunities came, opportunities tended to fell his way.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's been a little bit apprehensive at the start of the day. We spoke this morning, James and I, and he said that, he felt a little unlucky to be sort of in Group C. He'd hoped to be in Group B, but he did this through Group A, where he'd have a couple of games where you disappear and you think, where's that average gone? And then he'd excel again and win a couple in a row. And that's pretty much what he did today. He said, I need 3 wins today, was what he said to me this morning. And that's exactly what he's got. So he's not out of the run in any way, shape or form. He's in second, but he's got a couple of Tigers on his tail also on 6 points, which means the group is going to be very interesting tomorrow.
One of them's Donny Scheurwater. Before we talk about the big finishing from him today, and boy, did he have a few of them, I just want to talk about the reset mentality of him, because there was points yesterday where maybe he looked a little bit all-consumed by the stage. Maybe the experience maybe not got to him, but it just looked like he was struggling a little bit. Whatever's happened in the intervening period between the end of yesterday to today, it looks like he's come back, he's recomposed himself, found something different, and he looked like a different man out there today.
Yeah, he definitely did, but we've seen it before in the Super Series, haven't we, where somebody's really struggled in Group A, and then they go and find another group, start on 0 again, have a win to start off, and then just the confidence comes back. We saw him bouncing on and off the stage. We haven't seen that all week. We've seen him happy. We've seen him... He doesn't berate himself anyway, but you can see when he's happy, he takes his darts out, he bounces back to the table, has a sip of water, and you can see there's just a different persona about him today. It's just the whole thing. And I think that's maybe a bit of confidence came from the first couple of wins, and he's just kept going. And those ton-plus shot-outs, if you're shooting out, then the rest of your game is okay, because you know that when you get there, you'll get out. And that was a brilliant dart to get out with there. That would look blocked. But you can see what it meant to him. He's talking to the board, and he's bouncing off the stage. And you can tell when players are just so enjoying the game, and that's just what he looks like now.
And is it as simple as those big checkouts just kind of settling him down, and that was kind of the basis for him to build upon?
But he's been having legs all week where he's been getting there, and then having the chance to get out, and he doesn't get out. So then that just you tend to pick those up like a big brick. You put them in a satchel on your back, and you just carry him around. Then you don't get out again. Then you pick another one up and put it on your back, and before you know it, you're weighed down. You're weighed down through all the misdemeanors you're having with the game. He doesn't look like that today at all. He's not carrying anything around his back. He has no chip on his shoulder. He's going around the board, and he's finishing big shots. And when you're doing that, you've got the confidence to get there and get out.
Shane Hayward, day of 2 halves for him. Didn't start well at all, but something clicked towards the end. I'm not quite sure what, but it just all seemed to step together in those last couple of matches.
My question is, I wonder whether he knew he was favourite. I wonder if he knew that he was odds-on favourite to get out of the group, and maybe it flashed up in the back room, in the players' room while they were there. I'm not sure. But whatever, something happened to him for the first 3 games today. It was like he was fighting demons, but I don't know what they were, because they weren't really games that he couldn't handle. There was nobody doing anything to him that was out of his range. So when he then got that win, that first win, it was like he came out and he was a different person for the 4th game. And we could see it from dart 1. It was like he was absolutely cheesed off with winning. He'd had enough of losing the 3. Hang on a minute, I am the favourite. I am a favourite for a reason. Then we saw his proper game in the last 2 games.
Can't mind about the finishing though, can we?
No, it's it's like I say, when you start hitting those finishes, you're not frightened to go to do the scores to get you there. If you're not finishing, you start thinking in your head, well, I can score a ton here or 140 here. What's the point? When I get down there, I don't finish. That can go through your head. And I think maybe that was going through his head early doors because he couldn't finish. Well, he couldn't finish anything. So now all of a sudden he's starting taking out big shot outs, and then we saw his game in game 4 and 5 that he played today. So he's put himself back in the mix because he's only on 4 points. Yes, not a good day for him, only 2 wins. But because of the way that the fixtures have worked and the way that the day has gone, he's not out of it. When in other groups, he would be way out of it now by a few points, and there'd be not enough games to catch up.
What's your thoughts on the bottom two, Even and James Bailey? That is, of course.
I even started well. He started well, 2 wins on the bounce, and then he lost one and sort of went back into sort of Group A mode where he was like, what have I got to do to win games? And you haven't got to do a lot more than what you do to lose them. You just got to hit a couple of doubles. You're only a couple of darts different. So you have to remember that when you're playing. You know, it's only a couple of darts difference between winning and losing. But he's been scoring all day, and he's been doing special shot outs, but he's been a bit streaky.
Playing in moments almost.
Yeah, absolutely playing in moments. There's moments that you think he's going to go and get out, and he doesn't. And then he sat there on a big shot, and he goes and takes it out. So he's having one of those, but he's been much better today. He looked much more solid and better off for his Group A campaign, because towards the end of that, you know, his chin was dragging the floor, and he didn't look happy. But the things I liked about what he did today, he's not over rushing those doubles. He was kind of throwing the last dart before the second dart and hit the board for where he was trying to leave a double in Group A. He's standing back, he's having a good look, and yeah, it's not going to always be success, but he's more successful by doing that than he was the other route by throwing too quickly.
And very quickly, James Bailey, just felt like it never got going for him today.
Yeah, I don't know when James arrived. When you come from Australia and you come over here, there is a certain sort of travel issue, and it's a long, long way. And if you haven't left yourself a couple of days to settle, it can be difficult. And maybe he hasn't seen too much of the Super Series and seen how it goes, and maybe it was all a bit new for him today. I don't know. But whatever it wasn't the James Bailey we know, and I'm sure that he'll get a good night's rest, come back tomorrow, and really be a banana skin for all the ones above him.
Right, we'll rest up and we'll do it again tonight, shall we?
Why not? We've got a good group coming.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then before we leave you this afternoon. Adam Mould won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. We saw Group C this afternoon. Tonight, Group B gets underway. Joe Croft, Charlie Martin and John Desimo will make their first appearances on the Global Championship stage. We're going to see Marvin van Velzen and Gary Stone return. The action gets underway from 10 o'clock this evening on the Super Series, on Pluto TV. From 10 o'clock this evening to see how this Group B comes to a close. Well, we know as far as Group C is concerned, it's a very tight run thing. Devon Peterson, top of the table with 8 points to his name. Plenty of runners and riders in behind. It's definitely going to be a tight run towards the line tomorrow afternoon. Do join us this evening because our second session of the day is going to get underway, and we've got some perennial winners in action for you. We'll see you 10 o'clock tonight for all the action as the Global Championship continues. From all of us here, bye-bye for now.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. and you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker take a and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the record average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.